All right, council member, we are now live on YouTube and on Zoom. We're joined by about 30 members of the public and representatives of our agencies so far. You may begin when you're ready.
Welcome everyone and good afternoon. I'm Robert White, council member at large and chair of the Committee on Government Operations and Facilities. Today is Tuesday, December 13th, 2022, and the time is 1:07 p.m. I'm calling to order this public oversight roundtable of the Committee on Government Operations and Facilities on the Department of General Services Management of Work Orders. I'm going to try to keep my opening remarks brief because I'm eager to dive into the details of this audit report with Director Anderson and his team. If you're listening to this hearing, you probably know that the Committee on Government Operations has been doing a lot of work to push for improvements in DGS's work order system. As a DCPS parent myself, I take the maintenance of our public schools personally. Anytime we hear about students and teachers forced to wear coats in class, struggling to talk to each other over the noise of a big temporary air conditioner, or missing out on instruction because an elevator is out and they can't get a wheelchair upstairs, I'm going to fight to get them relief. I genuinely believe that DGS shares this mission, but it's incumbent on all of us to find every opportunity we can to push for better outcomes every day. To that end, I appreciate my council colleagues joining me in long series of oversight roundtables, facility tours, and legislative interventions over the years. We've made significant progress in pushing DGS to be more transparent about their work. We brought DGS, DCPS, and members of the mayor's leadership team to the table together to grapple with real communication challenges and missed opportunities. And I like to think that our sustained work set the stage for the mayor and council to develop a fiscal year 2023 budget with major new investments in facilities maintenance. But there's always more work to do. Earlier this year, Chairman Phil Mendelson wrote a letter given his oversight responsibility for DCPS. He rightly pointed out to the DC auditor that the division of responsibility between DGS and its client agencies is unclear, that we have repeatedly encountered instances of agencies not prioritizing seemingly vital work, and that it's very difficult for the council and public to tell what has happened or what is going to happen with particular school repairs. In response, the auditor engaged a vendor to perform an audit of DGS's work order management more generally. On November 28th, she delivered the vendor's formal report. Using work order data from 2020 and 2021, the report highlights significant areas for improvement. The unifying theme of the findings is that there are tools at DGS's disposal that they are not using as well as they can, resulting in worse outcomes for residents. The purpose of today's roundtable is for DGS and the council to zero in on concrete steps we can take to meet the district's obligations to all residents and employees who use public facilities. I'm pleased to have both the auditor's office and their vendor, RSM US LLP, with us today. I'm confident that their recommendations will be a huge help in this work. I also want to recognize an important issue that I'm sure we'll hear more about today. Conditions at Whittier Elementary have been poor for far too long. I visited Whittier multiple times over the past several years. While it is not the only school facing these challenges, and there are obviously systemic issues, I want to specifically thank the Whittier community for your advocacy. You're right that your students deserve better. And we do as do all school communities. There's also an aspect of this that I'm still trying hard to work through. Particularly, every message that I've gotten about this recently urges the district to move Whittier up in the list of schools slated for school modernization. Unfortunately, we can only afford to pursue so many school modernizations at any given time, in part because of limits in the size of our capital budget and the capacity of our agencies to manage the projects. That means addressing the issues at Whittier more quickly will require more revenue, major cuts to other programs, or pushing back work at another school. Of course, budgeting is about prioritizing, and I prioritize our children, as does everyone here. That's why our education budget and our capital budget for school construction and renovation right now reflect a significant portion of the money we spend as a city. And that's also why council every year prioritizes funding for schools. Doesn't always feel that way, in part due to the issues that we are discussing today. But as I review our budget, what we spend on capital projects, I see that the vast majority of what we spend goes to schools. And yet I'm still seeing too many schools that are overdue for modernizations. But the fact remains that right now there are needs at schools like Whittier not being met. Several years ago, the council made the decision that we didn't want the decision of which schools get modernized first to depend on which school community is most politically connected or vocal. So we've generally relied on something called the PACE Act or the PACE framework to calculate when each school is due for an overhaul. I've been to schools in every ward, and I am not convinced that the schools that are further down the PACE list, like Henley Elementary and Ward 8, should be there. But I also know that we haven't found the solution yet to fix all of our schools as quickly as I want and as quickly as many other people want. I'm eager to work with everyone here on interventions to fix that. Part of the problem is that we don't get the return on investment we should when we spend money on our schools. For what it's worth, I think the auditor's recommendations that we're discussing today have the potential to help fix that problem and deliver better conditions at Whittier and at other schools. With that, let me turn to my colleague, Ward 4 Councilmember Janice Lewis-George. Welcome.
Thank you, Chairman White. And thank you to our witnesses for making time to speak with us today. I'll be brief. We've been down this road before. DGS has struggled with timely and accurate completion of work orders. The last 2 years, I've visited every DCPS school in Ward 4 to check on their readiness, and most facilities are in good shape. But some struggle with persistent maintenance issues. And I think the persistent maintenance issues are the key here. Whittier, as noted, elementary in particular has problems that aren't being addressed, persistent issues that continue to come up over and over again. I also visited every DPR, Department of Park and Recreation site in Ward 4 this past May, and they also suffer from persistent maintenance issues. So, my office works with schools year round to address these concerns and keep students and staff safe so they can learn. But unfortunately, we continue to have the same issues. Over the summer, we passed the Back to School Safely Emergency Amendment Act to force more transparency and discussion of safety and HVAC related work orders. Yet we still have reports from schools about dozens, I repeat, dozens of doors that still don't lock properly, and it's just unacceptable. Earlier this fall, I introduced the Work Order Integrity Amendment Act to address part of the problem when DGS contractors mark work orders as complete and they aren't really complete. We've got a fresh example of this very thing happening at McFarland Middle School in Ward 4. DGS marked work order 710333 complete, which is for a roof leak in the media center, a very beautiful new media center that's been there for at least 2 years. And that leak's been there. And so there literally is a trash can sitting in the middle of a beautiful media center for the last 2 years. But upon checking with the school, even though the work order is marked complete, the issue still persists. A trash can is still sitting there. We've got similar issues at Whittier Elementary School with multiple work orders marked complete without the job being finished. I think what the auditor reports gets to is outstanding questions I think we all have. Where is the quality control within the process? Where's the supervision of contractors within the process? Did we pay for shoddy work? Because that's also an issue that we should be recouping if we are paying for shoddy work. And why does this, keep happening? As Chairman White mentioned, I'm grateful that we have members of the Whittier Elementary School community here with us today. I agree with what he said about the challenges with moving their modernization up again, particularly after we moved them up. We moved them and Truesdale up in last year's budget. We've got to do more to help our children and staff have a functioning school worthy of the District of Columbia. However, and persistence maintenance issues that continue are unacceptable. Boilers bursting, ruining school supplies, unacceptable, ruining, the smell that happens from them are unacceptable. And so the new report from the Office of the Auditor sheds more light on these issues. I was shocked to see that DGS is currently averaging over 51 days to complete high priority work orders. These issues, which present a potential health or safety risk, are supposed to be fixed in 10 days. And so 51 days to 10 days, it's terrible. The new report also includes several helpful recommendations, however. And so my questions today will focus on how we can help DGS implement these recommendations while also triaging the existing persistent maintenance issues we see today. I'm grateful for the opportunity to speak with the audit team today, as well as DGS leadership on the record as to how they're planning to improve. And I thank you, Chairman White, for your leadership over the years in this area and with DGS, and I look forward to today's discussion. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councilmember Lewis George, and I really appreciate the thorough and consistent work and partnership of you, your team. You all have really been on top of Ward 4 school issues, and I appreciate it. I know the school communities do as well. Now we're going to turn to our witnesses. Everyone should have received a copy of the witness list yesterday. I'm going to call folks on the list in the order that they appear on the witness list. When I call you, my team will promote you to a panelist. At that time, you will drop out of the hearing momentarily. You will come back in as a panelist, at which time you will be able to unmute yourself to give your testimony. Our witness list is a bit unusual today. To facilitate a robust conversation, we're going to start with the auditor and the audit team to discuss their findings. Then we will move to our public witnesses. Our public witnesses today will include parents and teachers from various school communities. After that, we have several panels. We have several representatives of the State Board of Education who have asked to testify. They'll be on a panel. And then finally, we will hear from the Department of General Services. So with that, let me welcome our first panel, which is the auditor, Kathy Patterson, and the audit team consisting of Eric Rogers, David Luker, Eric Rogers, Chief of Staff to the auditor, David Luker, Director at RSM US LLP, Matthew Blondell, also Director at RSM, and Chris Gums, a supervisor at RSM. So, Madam Auditor, welcome. Will you be the only one testifying and others answering questions, or how will that work?
Right. I have a statement, and then I'll defer the questions to our team probably.
Wonderful, wonderful. Well, welcome to all of you, and you can begin when you're ready.
Thank you very much, and good afternoon, Councilmember White and Councilmember Lewis George. Thank you for the invitation to testify today on our recent report titled Multiple Failures in Department of General Services Management of Work Orders, prepared, as you noted, by RSM US, which is a consulting firm with strong experience in construction projects and capital improvement programs. This isn't the first project they've done with us. We engaged RSM in March of this year to analyze the transition from construction to ongoing maintenance at Roosevelt High School, including a focus on the computerized maintenance management system, CMMS, from final project completion through January 2021. In April of this year, DC Council Chairman Phil Mendelson asked ODCA to conduct an analysis of what he referred to as the business processes employed by DGS to handle school system maintenance needs. Because of the Roosevelt review already underway, we asked RSM to add the chairman's request to the scope of work, which resulted in the report that's under discussion today. We expect our report on Roosevelt to be completed early in the new year. As you noted, members of the RSM team include David Luker, Director, Matthew Blondell, Director, and Chris Gums, Supervisor. And I do anticipate they will answer the majority of your questions. I will take the easy ones, as I noted in my statement. My own summary of what the RSM team found when reviewing how DGS has handled work orders is that the agency has acquired a sophisticated IT solution for tracking and managing the hundreds of work orders requested by district agencies, but is not using that system's capacities to the fullest extent and as designed. And these findings reflect the entire repair life cycle, from an initial request through completion and documentation of labor and materials. The findings and the recommendations speak to the need for more and better supervision, independent oversight of the work undertaken by contract teams, and improve transparency so that government clients know what's happening and when with their work orders. And I'll run quickly through some of the findings. With regard to deadlines, as Councilmember Lewis George noted, DGS failed to consistently meet their own response time targets for work orders. 60% of high priority work orders were not completed within the mandatory 10 days. Within another sample, 11 of 18 routine work orders were not completed within the 45-day mandatory completion time. Of the more than 48,000 work orders completed or closed during this audit scope, an average 55 days elapsed between the requested date and the completion of the work order within the management system. In terms of cost data, our team found that the system itself captured just 31.3 million of $311 million, or roughly 10% of the total. And I do know that Director Anderson has some additional information explaining what the system captured and what the system did not capture. And I look forward to that additional information today. In terms of completion dates, the system has the ability to provide the estimated work order completion dates, but for 17 of 25 sampled work orders, DGS supervisory personnel failed to provide requesters with an estimated completion date. On preventive maintenance, the auditors concluded that such a system, a comprehensive preventive maintenance program, has not been implemented. And this creates a risk that manufacturer warranties for newly installed equipment could be canceled. And your offices, Mr. White and Councilmember Lewis George, frequently hear from parents and others at schools that have gone through modernization with issues that should not be happening in a new facility. And this finding in the audit raises the possibility that one answer to that may be that warranties were invalidated through the failure to implement preventive maintenance. We also found issues with photo documentation, where the work order system documentation did not always include photos. In 25 samples, 3 failed to provide before photos, 3 failed to provide after photos, and 8 of the 25 samples that included photos pulled stock images off the internet rather than actual photos from a DC site. For example, to document installation of a boiler, individuals uploaded a photo of a boiler standing alone, possibly from a catalog. In another example, the work order notes did not specify what work was actually performed, but the description said that the kids have their coat on, it is too cold. But what was included in the file was a photograph of a digital thermostat, frankly similar to one in my own dining room. Auditors found that 8 DCPS facilities were among the 20 district locations with the highest number of work orders, and DCPS work orders made up 43% of all the DC work orders during the audit's time frame. And of more than 48,000 work orders reviewed, the most frequent requests for maintenance were interior services covering locks and doors, electrical services, lighting, and HVAC, heating and cooling. The audit team recommended implementation of an inventory management system integrated with the work order tracking system and a robust supervisory review of work orders, including an independent assessment of the accuracy and the reasonableness of the data entered into the system. We published our report on November 28th and did not include the usual written response to findings and recommendations by the agency. We did receive written comments this past Friday evening, and we will be reissuing the report to include those comments. And I assume the agency will share that information today, and their comments were posted to our website this morning. I note that the comments indicate an awareness of most, if not all, of the findings and the statements that efforts are underway to address many of the findings. With regard to the issue of transparency on when orders will be completed and the related issue of failure to meet deadlines, the committee may wish to ask for additional information and additional commitments from the department. And this includes my prepared remarks, Mr. Chairman. I thank you again for the opportunity to share these views, and I'm happy to answer questions, and members of the RSM team are also here to answer your questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Madam Auditor. Thank you to the team who worked on the report, including folks here and folks who are not here. I read the report and reviewed it last night. So I have a pretty good graph. Not to mention, I wasn't entirely surprised by most of it. There were some details that were not on my radar and some things brought to light that are very concerning that I wasn't aware of. But let me sort of jump into a couple issues. One of the things in the report that caused me some consternation, but I'm not fully able, I don't fully know how I should digest it, This is with respect to you noted in the report that Salesforce work order system is supposed to be the definitive record of what's happening, across agencies, specifically with facilities. So the finding that around 90% of facility costs aren't well documented is troubling. Did you get the sense that expenditures documentation exists elsewhere, but not in Salesforce, or that there's just no trace of how we're using a huge portion of facilities funding?
Let me see if David, would you like to take that?
Yes, thank you. So there is absolutely an accounting system of record in place for the recording of all expenditures incurred by the district related to these maintenance activities. A CMMS in some instances can be integrated with the accounting system and can share authorization responsibilities, or can just receive data from the accounting system and process it through the CMMS system. So it is not uncommon to have some components of repair and maintenance costs, actual dollars, be managed outside of the work order management system. However, typically, the most cost that you can track within the work order system, the better. So in this instance, we had, I think it was approximately $31 million of cost that are being captured in the system, and over 300 million that are really represent the broader pool of costs incurred related to maintenance and repair activities. So it is reasonable that some of those costs would be for specific contracts that didn't necessarily feed through the work management system. But to your question, there is an accounting system in place that tracks all of those expenditures. However, there is no linkage between the 300 million and the actual work being performed in the field for that difference. So some jurisdictions integrate between the accounting system and the CMMS system, which is certainly part of the components of our recommendations here, that there be at least a best attempt at connecting those two systems to make sure that costs are effectively tracked by work order, by school, for better decision making down the road.
So, but if it's not sort of the definitive place for tracking costs, how would sort of having more but not complete financial data help us?
So it would allow you to review costs both in terms of time and equipment and supplies by location, and then even further drilling in by specific component of the facility. So you would be able to analyze across the different schools the effectiveness of a piece of equipment, for example, which schools or even rooms or areas of the school have the most time in terms of hours and dollar cost of employees or technicians' time at those individual facilities, and to evaluate the types of work that you are performing from a financial perspective, because right now I think there lacks some ability to dissect the actual work order data by those different categories. And again, that would lead to some improvement opportunities within your broader asset management program, where your teams would have better access to more financial information by school, by location, by piece of equipment. And right now you have an accounting record that has vendor names primarily, I would imagine, but really doesn't get you to the level of how much did we actually spend for the specific activities at the specific schools on a specific day, So it would just improve that entire system of activities around managing these assets.
Okay. Madam Auditor, you mentioned in your testimony and it's in the report, the observation that for many pieces of equipment, DGS and its client agencies are not using manufacturer specifications to set up automated maintenance schedules in Salesforce or document their compliance with those schedules. You elaborated in your testimony what impact that could have on warranties. However, you noted that there were some routine maintenance processes managed outside of Salesforce. Do we have a sense of how robust those processes are?
I don't know how to respond to that, but let me see if the team does. I'm not quite sure what is managed outside in terms of the preventive maintenance. David?
Yeah, so I would just say, I think in this report, the primary observation where we noted that is related to preventative maintenance. And it's my understanding that preventative maintenance activities are being managed mostly via spreadsheet or through some type of manual tracking process. And as you can imagine, with hundreds of facilities in this portfolio, when a project completes or a new asset is installed at one of the facilities, there's a lot of different maintenance schedule requirements that manufacturers and or the subcontractor and contractor partners installing these facilities or these assets would require or recommend. So I can't speak exactly to the accuracy or the completeness or the robustness of the spreadsheets that are being utilized to manage because we understood through our interviews that was the process, but did not include in the scope of our work a detailed examination of whether or not those manual tracking mechanisms were being effective and were working since our focus was on the data from the CMMS system itself. I hope that helps.
That does help.
Can I just jump in for a quick second? One of the things I noted in the director's written testimony submitted yesterday was that I think was going to tell you that they are now in the process of implementing a preventive maintenance system in 2023. And I just note that that's 16, 17 years after our school modernization program began, in which we've spent billions of dollars for these very wonderful new buildings. And maybe a question would be, why didn't those go hand in hand?
I appreciate that. Do you have a sense of how other jurisdictions, similar sort of sister agencies in other jurisdictions, or private sector property management firms or owners who own multiple properties handle routine maintenance with respect to sort of manufacturer recommendations? Are there folks who do this particularly well?
Yes. So I would say that there is a typical turnover process that we've seen other governments implement, private sector organizations implement, and it generally involves a process by which the turnover documents that are provided by the contractor and or the manufacturer would be analyzed, and a schedule of preventative maintenance work orders would be automatically scheduled within the CMMS system. So Salesforce, upon the turnover of this information, a project manager would incorporate a quarterly work order, a daily work order, an every 2-year work order for greasing a fitting or replacing a filter or whatever the case may be. But those would be incorporated into an automatic work order generation process in the system, Salesforce, Maximo, whatever system.
I don't mean to interrupt. I get that. The reason I ask about other jurisdictions or private sector is because this seems like common sense to me, and I'm just trying to figure out what if anything I'm missing. This is a pretty significant gap to have been sort of sitting sitting this long. And I'm just wondering if the agency might say no one does this well, or or what have you. Just trying to get context there. So I don't know if you've looked at other organizations or jurisdictions with respect to how they manage this.
So I would say that I have a list of maybe 12 organizations that I've worked with on projects like this. And I would say, let's say 3 of the 12 are probably good at it and are incorporating a truly automatic preventative work order creation process. Others are in various stages and forms of implementing that. But I would also say that RSM, as an audit and accounting and consulting firm, we do this through the audits process, but the entities like Salesforce, Maximo, the other, there's School Dude is a lower cost, more affordable program that's designed specifically for school districts. So they are probably the best benchmark for asking how many of their clients use the opportunities and the applications within their technologies effectively versus those that don't. But I have seen it work. I have seen it work well. And I would say that to be an asset management program of the future, it's absolutely something that should be done from the start, because these systems just get better and better. And so this process of reminding yourself through an automatically generated work order is far more efficient than trying to review a spreadsheet and remember that something's coming due based on a pivot or a sort.
Okay. Let me turn it over to Councilmember Henderson, who I think has joined us. There we are. Councilmember Henderson is a member of this committee, so she jumps Councilmember Lewis George in the order. Councilmember Henderson, if you have a statement, we'll make time for that. If not, we'll jump into your 10-minute round of questions.
Thank you, Councilmember White. I actually, I can do both, if that's okay.
Yeah, absolutely.
A brief statement as I lead into my question. So we all know how critical DGS and the management of work orders is to the district and its residents, its workers and students. And I think some of the recommendations from the DC auditor were certainly not a surprise to many in terms of, I know at least what I hear from constituents around work orders and client agencies around work orders and them not necessarily being satisfied with the turnaround time from DGS. Auditor Patterson, is that how we refer?
Kathy works.
Okay, Kathy. I have a question for you that's sort of more broad, big picture. And it's something that I've sort of been toying with, because I think that there are a lot of people who only deal with DGS as it relates to schools. And so they assume that schools are all they deal with, when in fact, that's not the case, right? They're dealing with across the portfolio, senior wellness centers who also have maintenance requests and things like that, DPR facilities, and just the regular run-of-the-mill agencies in terms of space and those kinds of things. And I know that when the concept of the Department of General Services was created, it was around this idea that pooling all of the resources to have one central agency that is engaged and responsible for X, Y, or Z makes sense. And I think for some of the functions of DGS, it does, right? Large capital projects, they do that well. Pooling in terms of utilities, whether it be gas, water, paying those and it just being one agency that is responsible for that. But I'm starting to feel like when it comes to work orders and maintenance, perhaps a pooled model is not the right fit. And I think you're sort of uniquely positioned on this, but what are your thoughts on that? Because it just seems as though, to me, schools get an outsized priority, and those aren't even handled very well. And so every other agency who also has client-facing constituent needs are just kind of like at the mercy of DGS but DGS isn't the one who gets the constituent complaints about work not being accomplished. Thoughts on that?
Absolutely. Thank you for asking that question. And I will put on my ex-council member hat and former education committee member and chair. The prior regime, DC Public Schools handled all of their own maintenance, and we at the council did oversight on how well DCPS handled all of their building and facility needs. When they had one gigantic, international contractor handling them all, and what a mess that was, and got rid of them, and so on and so forth. So this issue has been with us for a while. But one of the issues of the mayoral takeover of schools in 2007 was to get the benefit of the same boss up the chain of command over both DC schools and DGS. And so the thought was there that then this could be handed off from DCPS to DGS in order to get those exact same kinds of benefits that you're talking about. I wouldn't argue with the theory, and I think the theory can absolutely be made to work, but that means that having to sort of follow through and exercise the making sure that your children play nicely together, making sure that schools and DGS don't drop the baton in between them. And I think that's what we have seen, that the schools obviously see what the problems are, but then there's something lost in the interim and in the communication and in the making sure that everybody gets their needs met. Not even letting a principal know when you expect the repair will be done. That seems to me a major communications failure. And when every agency has the same boss, that shouldn't be happening.
Right. But I'm just sort of suggesting that perhaps when, like, let's take two agencies in particular who I think have a very large building portfolio, DCPS being one and Department of Parks and Rec being the other. Is the work order load such that those two agencies should perhaps be handling their maintenance piece individually, as opposed to DGS being sort of the actor on this?
I think that as long as it's well done, I think either way can work, but maybe the RSM team would want to respond to that. Maybe that would be helpful from their knowledge of other jurisdictions, if that would be useful.
Yeah.
Yeah, I would say that in our experience, and I would probably align some of our work with county and city governments as being relevant here, where we see a single work order system utilized for all county assets or all city assets. And the reason that is typically done is because a work order system is a big investment. And the process by which you manage maintaining, performing corrective and preventative maintenance is incredibly similar across all the different types of facilities. So if you can imagine, there are some unique aspects to maintaining a school because there are some unique pieces of equipment in that school. But at the end of the day, most of the core components of these facilities are similar. Most of the types of contractors that perform work on these facilities are similar. So we do have some systems where, like, horizontal is segregated from vertical. So a road construction or a bridge maintenance function can be managed very differently. But at the end of the day, it's still labor, equipment, materials, supplies. So it is a very, very similar process that really gets to the heart of effective asset management. And so if, in my mind, if this all rolls up to a single kind of oversight team, it's probably better that they're consistent in their use of the same technology and their use of the same processes, so that when it does finally roll up, you're able to look at a comprehensive view of all of your assets and a similar view of how you cost those assets, how much time it takes to maintain those assets. And then as long as you're effective at segregating them by a drop down or a type of work order or by facility in the system, you can get the segregated reporting that you need for the specific areas of focus. But generally, we see one work order system for the management of the entire asset portfolio for that entity, even if the types of assets differ. So that might not be what you wanted to hear, but unfortunately, I do think that's generally
Well,
how.
no, I mean, I think it's an honest, your honest observation. I'm just trying to figure out, like, how do we improve this process, right? Because we can spend an inordinate amount of time talking about schools, and at the same time, I have senior wellness centers who like can't use an entire top floor of their building because they're also waiting on work orders as well. So I think the question then that leads to, you know, based on your audit and analysis of, I think you said it was taking around like 55 days on average between a requested date and a completion date. Is it a resources issue, or is the volume of work orders that we are seeing in the district somehow outsized and out of the norm?
Do you have any kind of metrics comparative?
I don't, because the types of facilities, the scope of the repairs, the condition of the facilities at different jurisdictions are also so different. I would have to defer to DGS in regards to whether or not this is a prioritization issue or resource issue, both. I will say that this system does provide for the setting different priorities of work orders and for producing reporting capabilities on a daily, weekly, monthly basis that allow you to evaluate work orders and their relationship to the SLA. So I think there's opportunity, and that's why we wrote an observation about the KPI reporting and kind of escalating that list of work orders that are maybe getting close to the end of the SLA and setting a process up for prioritizing those, moving those up to the top, screaming and shouting until people pay attention to those. But again, just this is a very detailed area, and DGS really would probably be better to respond to whether or not it's resourcing or it's a combination of things that has led to this.
One of the things I found interesting in the audit was that I think what you were saying is that the system that we're using has the capability to do way more than we're actually using it for. Is that about accurate?
Yeah, I would say, I think you probably glean that perspective from the combination of multiple issues and kind of the way that this flows. The preventative maintenance work order process is absolutely one of those areas where we think the system is being underutilized. It does appear also that there's opportunity to incorporate more cost tracking of that $311 million bucket to get more of that into here. It does appear that there have been subcontracted costs, labor costs, and other costs across the different categories of costs that are customary for this. They are being tracked in some capacity, but a lot of jurisdictions will go through an integration process where they're really trying to capture all of the inventory or all of the equipment or all of the labor hours. And that's where we feel like we saw some obvious gaps in our samples. And we feel like that's, while they have the ability and have demonstrated the ability to use the system for that, they're not doing it in every case, as evidenced by the sample results, where we saw a lot of instances where it would have made sense that there was a certain cost or a certain supply or piece of equipment utilized, but it wasn't tracked in the system.
Okay. Thank you so much. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Councilmember Henderson. Councilmember Lewis George.
Thank you. I will be brief, since one of the benefits of having great colleagues is they ask some of the questions, so you can type them in and get them done. I want to follow up on, I think, where Councilmember Robert White was regarding the warranties within the report. It said that warranties often require documentation demonstrating maintenance schedules were adhered to and completed by qualified technicians, and that the district risks voiding manufacturer warranties when we don't have a preventative maintenance practices. I just wanted to see within your scope of research, were you able to get a sense of how many warranties have been voided as a result of us not having preventative maintenance?
No, ma'am. We were not able to derive that from the scope of our work.
Okay. And
But that would be a good question.
It is a great question. It is a great question.
yeah, I would like to know, because I mean, if you know, we could save a lot of money with that piece. I wanted to ask about, on what page are we on? Okay. We've done a work order integrity legislation, which essentially is making DCPS a part of this. Basically, one of the problems is DGS marks work orders complete, as you've noted, and they're not really complete. With the suggestion of the new system in place, do you think this would be feasible for either the foreman of a school or the principal of a school to be part of the process of saying something is completed or done?
David?
Yes, ma'am. Happy to respond. So we do see in other environments where there are multiple approvers in the workflow of the system. So we have even seen in some cases where a local jurisdiction will have the end user or an operations personnel or somebody independent from the actual technical execution of the work to approve. And so, you know, how you organize or structure that workflow is really up to you, and it probably varies based on the work order type and the facility type, and how the work order was created. But absolutely, we see in other environments where after the technician completes the work, there can be multiple people that have to sign off confirming that work order has been completed.
Okay, great. And I wondered, is it your intuition that contractor and craftsman documentation is so bad because DGS isn't checking or supervising their work? And why is the work order documentation so poor?
Do we have information on that? I think there were issues that you raised about supervision, but was that at the DGS level or at the contractor level? I just don't remember, sorry.
I think it's a broad question as to why we saw many of the missing elements that we saw, and I would probably have to defer to DGS on you know, in terms of their response and why they would be saying that these things happen. And I mean, we can speak to the specific samples that we discussed and outlined in the report, but I think broadly, I think it's a DGS question.
Okay. Councilmember Henderson touched on this, but I'm still not sure I get it. And so what I can't understand is whether this is a budget issue, a management issue, or I think Councilmember Henderson was also alluding, or is there too much on DGS's plate, i.e. they're managing DC public schools, DPR sites, and the rest of the portfolio. What is your sort of big picture? Is it all three, or is it which one is more prevalent, and which ones do we sort of you have some recommendations here, but which ones do we also need to really make sure we're adjusting?
Yeah, so at a high level, I have heard a couple things. I have heard that prioritization of work orders for funding is potentially an issue. So at the front end of this process or the life cycle of a work request, there does have to be a process by which work is prioritized to balance both funding available and the resources available to execute the work. So there is a process by which, and Chris can jump in, but he's laid this, we laid this out in the report, where the, DGS does have a process for reviewing work orders, prioritizing them, and getting the work moving where they can. It does appear to me that there may be an opportunity to escalate some of the decisions that are made in those meetings to maybe better prioritize or focus on certain work orders and certain facilities due to your better understanding of these, the conditions in the field versus ours. But I also think that we're missing that kind of basic level of supervisory review of what goes into this system. Now, we can't speak for whether or not a technician entered the field, installed the air filter, and took a picture of it and left. We didn't go to the field to verify these things. And we can't say whether or not a DGS foreman is going into the field to verify these things. But what we can tell you is based on the data that's then put into this work order system after that work is performed, as you stated, there are some missing elements, some things that are not getting included there. And that could be resolved through that supervisory review of the work order where, you explain that you installed a filter, but the cost of the filter is not applied to the work order, or there's no labor hours assigned to the work order, and it's obvious based on the description that work was performed. So we can't speak to based on our work what actually occurred in the field, but we can tell you where we do see some gaps in the system. So I would say it's really on both ends. On the front end, it seems like some escalation or some different decision-making and prioritization of both funding and resources could probably be addressed, but then also on the back end, some review of what's actually getting put in the system needs to occur.
Yeah. Do you, it sounds like, do you think we need to expand the first team? Would that help?
I think so. Chris, I don't know if you've got any comments here that you might add. You have a very deep understanding of how the first team operates, but I don't mean to put you on the spot. But you have anything you might add to that?
I would just say if you ask the first team, I would imagine that they would appreciate additional resources, but I would defer to DGS and the first team on that question. But I do know that team has grown over the last few years that they have implemented that team, and they are responsible for work order intake. So if it's a matter of too many work orders coming in and not enough people to process them, I would certainly say additional resources or personnel would help them in some capacity. Yeah,
I appreciate that. I want to go to, you all recommended building out a proactive asset management system. That makes sense to me. I'm particularly interested around HVAC systems. So we've heard a lot on our tours about particular models like Daikin or LG, either working or not working. Were you able to see, and one thing I wonder, I'm always like, well, if we know certain HVAC systems are requiring more preventative maintenance than others, or are faulty, one, that goes back to my warranty question, but two, we should probably not be contracting with those, that carrier any longer. Is there any way for us to be able to, in the current system, for them to be able to sort of note particular models that are sort of becoming reoccurring issues, and for us to go back and then reconsider sort of look at the warranty on it, or look at the contract and make sure we're not, set up for a contract with continued faulty sort of provider?
Sure. So I can say this, that during our work, we saw that within DGS's specifications, they have actually taken one manufacturer and written them completely out of the specifications, basically stating that system, that HVAC system, cannot be purchased because of historical issues. But I would say, to answer your question more broadly, your engineering team, whether in-house at DGS or third-party engineers that support the program, are really in the best position to match the specifications and requirements of each facility with the specifications of each asset that's installed. So I'm a certified public accountant and an auditor, and I only I know the surface of how HVAC systems work, but I have seen in your process where a problem child, let's call it, has been actually incorporated in or unincorporated from the specifications of DGS. And I have seen that in other jurisdictions as well, where over time it becomes obvious that a specific type or piece of equipment is something that we don't want to put in our schools. Just like at county governments, we have counties that won't buy certain ambulances or certain fire trucks. And so there's preference in all of that. And I would defer to the engineering teams in DGS for their expertise on which ones we include and which ones we don't. But it could be incorporated, but that's really off system more than anything. It's really not an element of the CMMS. It's more standard setting for DGS and their specification requirements as a whole.
Okay, thank you. I see my time is up. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Lewis George. So the majority of work orders marked high priority were not completed within the 10-day period required. Just one point of clarification on that. Does that include work orders that were placed on hold for various reasons? Or does that mean that 62% just rolled past their due date without any documented justification?
I can take this one, David. That's okay. So the system does not delineate between when a work order is put on hold. It doesn't stop the process, right? So the system currently, based on the data and the metrics that we presented, we would not be able to determine which work orders went on hold and for how long. So those metrics do include work orders that were put on hold for either funding, procurement, or whatever else reason.
Okay. Okay. Observation number 5 included a recommendation that DGS start reporting how many work orders are out of compliance with the required timeline, but DGS's system does, and it was noted in another part of the report, automatically assign what they call a badge indicating that they're out of compliance. So in observation 5, what are you recommending DGS do differently, that if sort of the badge that they're using doesn't cover that?
Is this observation 5? I think observation 5 is around segregation of duties and the supervisory review process. I just want to make sure that
let me check. This is the observation that DGS start sort of so you critique DGS to say, well, the badge doesn't appear until it's past its out of compliance with the timeline. But there was a recommendation that DGS start reporting how many work orders are out of compliance with the timeline. And I'm trying to get a sense of what is needed beyond this badge. Let me go back to the report.
Yeah, I think I know where you're going. I can speak to this. So conceptually, and how we've seen it in practice elsewhere, is it's basically like a notification system, almost like an aging report that can be utilized to identify both before a work order is out of compliance with an SLA, but also kind of evaluating how many fell after the SLA. So the reporting is, I really think, and maybe this was just interpreted or we didn't write it appropriately, but the notification and the warning that the SLA is approaching is really a before the SLA has lapsed type of a process. I mean, we see where systems have automatic notifications of, hey, this work order is 2 days from hitting its SLA. Is the work being performed? Have you inspected the site? Is it on hold? So I think it's really speaking more towards the warning or the notifications that, hey, here's a list of work orders that we have coming up that are about to be out of compliance, more so than after the fact reporting ones that are out of compliance. But we also think that reporting ones that are out of compliance is important, because if we're missing, if we have a resource issue here, showing that we are missing SLAs is a way to escalate that resource issue and demonstrate we cannot get these done in the amount of time that we have based on the resources that we have. So it's really more about capturing the power of all of this data to help advocate for this department receiving more, help if that's what they need.
Okay. That makes sense. I appreciate it. And I think this was observation 5. I think this was in the segregation of duties section. There was a concern raised that I thought was appropriate, that you need different people sort of reviewing and signing off. And it's really a quality control protocol. Were you able to find written rules? So to your knowledge, does DGS have a set of sort of written procedures or rules for who or what position is supposed to sign off at various points? Or is this something that they just have no protocols for?
I can take this one, David. So First Team has a procedures manual that does provide some guidance, but I would say it's not a detailed SOP that says step 1, do this, and then all the way through the cycle. So there is some type of guidance and kind of summary level narratives to kind of guide First Team members and also people who are processing work orders during that life cycle.
All right, I'm going to get into this a bit with DGS. The initial draft of your report indicated that you obviously, as you always do, were providing DGS the opportunity to comment. Madam Auditor, as you mentioned, I think at the end of your testimony, we got DGS's response on Friday. Did you get an explanation for the delay?
No, we didn't. Again, we had like a due date, and then the due date passed, and there was a statement that we would have it by another due date, and then we didn't have it by the other due date. And I don't know if this was simply a communications issue or not. It may well have been. Sometimes, particularly around holidays and so forth, sometimes the word just doesn't get to the right people. We do have their comments now, and we'll be incorporating that in and reissuing the report with the comments included.
And would you say that DGS was mostly cooperative with the audit process?
Yes, I think there was a good sense of cooperation and collaboration on the Roosevelt project that started prior to this one. We have had some challenges in terms of getting documentation that we have been seeking, but I think we finally are getting that, getting what we need.
Okay, I appreciate it. Anything else that we haven't covered that you, and the report covers a good bit, your testimony summarized that we delved into a few of these areas. Anything that we haven't touched on that you want to note before we move to public witnesses?
I would just mention that one of the things we haven't really talked about is the structure of the contracting and the way in which DGS contracts for most of this work being done. That wasn't a focus of the audit. The focus was really the work order system. But just from the standpoint of your committee going forward, I just have an interest in whether that's the most efficient and effective way to have this work done. And I don't know if there is any way to compare with other jurisdictions, whether that is something that other jurisdictions do as well, where most of the actual work on site is not done by DC government employees. And so I just mentioned that to you, Mr. Chairman, because I think it's an interesting part of this subject that you might want to pursue at some point down the road.
I appreciate it. It is something that one of the tires that I kick sort of, every once in a while repeatedly. I also think it requires a new way of thinking, because the answer to this question probably would have been different 10 years ago than it would be now. And so trying to figure out what that right balance is, not just based on how things, operated some time ago, but based on where technology is moving and sort of the specializations that people need. It is something that we have to continue to examine, and I'll continue to do that with the agency and with my colleagues. Let me see if Councilmember Henderson, do you have further questions?
I don't. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Lewis George, do you have further questions for the audit team?
Yeah, just one more question for the auditor. I guess my only question would be do you have any responses to DGS's management responses that we haven't covered? Which would normally be in the written report if DGS had responded on time.
They acknowledge that they're working on almost all of these issues, but their comments did not address the transparency issue and did not address the timetable deadlines issue. So I think those are a couple of issues to explore more fully.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councilmember. Thank you again, Madam Auditor, and to the audit team. I appreciate your work and your participation in today's hearing.
Thank you. Thank you for the opportunity, and thanks to the RSM team. Thanks.
We're now going to move to our first of two panels of public witnesses. So let me welcome Marissa Bailey, who's a parent at Langley, Joshua Wiley, assistant principal at DCPS, Melissa Black, teacher at Whittier Elementary, Angela Anderson from Whittier Elementary School. I apologize, it doesn't say your affiliation here. Laura Fuchs, teacher and member of Washington Teachers Union and DC Corps, and Karen Kasser-Kurt from Roosevelt Stay Opportunity Academy.
Hi, thank you.
Good morning, or good afternoon, welcome.
Afternoon, how are you? Councilmember White and committee members, thank you for giving DCPS parents a chance to testify about the shoddy and inadequate way that the Department of General Services handles requests from our schools. My name is Marissa Bailey. I'm a parent of a kindergartner and a pre-K3 student at Langley Elementary. My third child will attend Langley next year. We love Langley. It's a loving, welcoming place with talented, hardworking educators and staff. We are a Title I school and serve the highest percentage of special needs students in a DCPS neighborhood. More than half of our students are considered at risk and 9% experience homelessness. And yet, we've made huge leaps forward in the last few years because of our staff. We are a school on the rise. Sadly, our parents have to spend a lot of time pushing the Department of General Services to make basic repairs to our aging building. Work orders submitted to DGS often go months and sometimes years without attention. Even when our foreman, custodial team, and the principal repeatedly tell DGS that a repair is urgent, they're ignored. Last month, we had to call our office and other council offices in droves because DGS wouldn't fix our heat. Just days before school started in the fall, parents sent emails and posted on Twitter because DGS had dragged its feet on fixing our shattered front door. We were forced to use the same approach when we had gone more than a week without trash picking up in the spring. Yet our school still has trash piling up each week because the city doesn't collect it often enough or provide enough dumpsters for schools. Why do parents have to be involved in order to get DGS to do basic school maintenance? We have similar issues with the lack of maintenance at Harry Thomas Playground, where our K-5 students have recess. Parents have to make calls and send emails to get trash collected, to get the playground mulched, and to get repairs made to dangerous issues like exposed wires and rusty broken equipment. Parents should not have to spend our time begging for basic maintenance of our children's school building. We should not have to publicly shame DGS to get repairs done. We have many, many other things we can do with our time to support our school community. We need DGS to listen to our school staff when they say they need something fixed urgently, because they are in the buildings each day and know the needs of students and educators. DGS has constant turnover and staffing issues that impact its effectiveness in serving schools. We submit work orders and never hear back. There's no transparency in how work orders are prioritized. Work orders go in, but we don't know if they will be fulfilled. We need a DGS dashboard now so parents and school staff can track repairs. Our students deserve a safe, healthy, and comfortable learning environment, and that is not what DCPS and DGS are giving them right now. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. I appreciate your testimony. Let me welcome Joshua
Thank
Wiley.
you.
All right, just let me know when to start.
Ready when you are. Welcome.
All right, awesome. Good afternoon, and thank you for allowing me to testify today. My name, like you said, is Joshua Wiley, and I'm an assistant principal at Whittier Elementary School. Now, let me start off by saying that I love Whittier Elementary School. And many school leaders will not testify about DGS's lack of quality service due to fear of retaliation. Still, my fear for students in an unsafe learning environment supersedes that. After a recent school-wide audit of the correlation between work orders entered versus the ones actually completed, results found several discrepancies where work orders were marked completed and DGS did no or incomplete work. If a school-based employee lied this egregiously, their job would be in jeopardy. But it's clear that, once again, educators are held to a higher standard than the ones who are responsible for keeping our students and schools safe. On October 18th, work order 724138 was submitted because a radiator exploded. To no one's surprise, that work order was closed and marked completed. As a result, students of all ages have had to walk down a relatively chilly corridor with no heat for approximately 56 calendar days. On October 24th, work order 724642 was placed for a sewer pump in a pre-K classroom. Unfortunately, it was marked falsely completed on December 5th. As a result, 3 and 4-year-olds have been in learning in classrooms with sewage issues for approximately 50 calendar days. On December 1st, work order 727838 was submitted because there was no heat in the 3rd grade classroom. 8 and 9-year-olds have been displaced due to a lack of heat in the regular classroom for approximately 12 calendar days. 4 times this year, Whittier has requested pest control. The mice have moved from being inconspicuously hiding and running in small places to brazenly showing themselves during the day, leaving droppings on students and teachers' desks and books, and even nibbling on food. This infestation poses several safety risks for students, teachers, and families, including asthma and serious respiratory problems. 24 days ago, a teacher broke their ankle. Because Whittier is still not ADA compliant, this teacher cannot return to their 2nd floor classroom, leaving students without a permanent teacher. This further contributes to educational neglect, student learning loss, and providing an equitable building for all. The mayor, the chancellor, and DC Council all work in buildings with adequate sewage systems, working HVAC systems, and rodent-free environments, which may lead people to believe that students eat last. What I'm asking for isn't impossible. I'm asking for accountability with the agency that is supposed to keep our buildings safe. Many of these problems could have been prevented or quickly resolved with efficient oversight. I'm asking that a very close look be taken at the condition of the Whittier building. It's going to be hard to look past all the great things going on at Whittier, but Whittier is in immediate need to push and begin planning for modernization in fiscal year 24. I keep hearing that DC can't, but they really can, because Whittier is misplaced on the modernization list due to 2 classrooms being taken up by ongoing construction and 6 self-contained classrooms, the most in any elementary school in DCPS, that don't allow for more than 10 students. These type of restrictions do not promote the growth within the Whittier community. After this testimony, I'm 100% sure that DGS will come and do small patchwork repairs, or what they call blitz, that only lead to more problems in the future. I'm asking for someone, anyone, to put students and teachers first and ensure that Whittier has an adequate building to support students' learning. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Melissa Black, welcome.
Good afternoon, and thank you for allowing me to testify about my concerns with Whittier Elementary School building. My name is Melissa Black, and I am a first grade teacher at Whittier. I love Whittier Elementary, and so do our students, staff, and family. It brings me great joy to see members of my community speaking wonderfully about the education that Whittier is providing their children and how it has continued to do so for generations of DC residents. My physical classroom space is one of many areas that poses health and safety concerns for my students and I. In August of 2021, as we returned from at-home learning, I began setting up my classroom without proper ventilation. The temperature in my room was over 85 degrees. I endured the heat each day of in-service training while lifting and unpacking boxes in order to set up for scholars. The heating and cooling system in my classroom has been in some state of repair or disrepair for much longer than my tenure at Whittier, as noted by the hanging heater, dysfunctional air conditioning unit, and now a wall unit to replace what was a very large cooling machine, which was also quite loud. There have been numerous times in which I informed families to pack extra sweaters to withstand the chill of the classroom, which can be as cold as 60 degrees in the winter. Numerous work orders were placed from August of 2021 to August 2022. The air conditioning issue was resolved by way of a window unit on the first day of school this school year. When the weather is manageable and the heat and air are turned off, there are often fumes that enter the classroom. Fortunately, we have 2 HEPA filters in our classroom. Nevertheless, the fumes cause our eyes and throats to burn. This particular occurrence happened as recent as Wednesday, December 7th, 2022. In the case of my eyes and throat, that pain lasted for over 2 days. I've been instructed to move students out of the room when this happens and to teach in the cafeteria. Personally, I'm asthmatic, and some of my students are as well. I'm concerned about what possible mold, feces, and fumes are circulating in the air and what types of health ailments that we will endure in the future as a consequence of the state of this building. There are also damaged plumbing and radiator issues on the kindergarten and first grade wing, which are part of the newer section of our school building. The adult and boys' bathrooms have plumbing issues. Moreover, one of the boys' bathroom stalls smells horribly and has been unusable for months. The adult sink's cold water will not turn off without maneuvering the hot water handle for several minutes and moments, which wastes water. Additionally, in early fall, one of the radiators essentially exploded moments before morning meeting, causing water to leak through the hallways, through the floorboards, down the hallway, and spread into my classroom and many others, offices as well. This interrupted valuable learning time and also work time for the families that were delayed that morning. Teaching is challenging. If I did my job the way that DGS does theirs, I wouldn't have my job. Teaching is challenging. Working at Whittier sometimes feels, or working at Whittier's building at times feels like punishment due to the inappropriate heating and cooling, poor plumbing, foul smells, and all that might be ruminating through the air. Please alleviate this burden that has been placed upon students, our community, and staff. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Angela Anderson, welcome.
Councilmember White and the DC Council Committee. My name is Angela Anderson, and I am a parent at Whittier Elementary School, a Ward 4 resident, and I'm also currently the president of that amazing school. So first, start off by saying that this is my second time testifying about the issues at the school. I've also pushed for rallies. I've advocated on social media. So this here is just another stepping stone to us just pushing the issue of why Whittier just needs to stop being ignored. So I'm by testimony on the gross negligence, and that focus is not just on the issues that are happening at our school, but the focus needs to be on the negligence and us being ignored by DGS. So this is my 5th year at the school, and these ongoing ignored issues, as I've been advocating for the school, we've just been enduring it for too long, and it happened before. And I believe the bulk of that negligence is because DGS, they come through, they look at our issues, and then they say that they've been there. You know, this year alone, I'm aware of many health and safety issues that are clearly building code violations, which leaves our staff, our teachers, and students at risk. I also recently had the opportunity to review the report that was released by DGS, and it is clear that someone is falsifying information to make it appear that our ongoing issues have been resolved. Let's be clear, a DGS contractor coming into a building, doing a walkthrough, and taking a picture is a way of addressing an issue, but it is not resolving it. How is it acceptable that as soon as someone from DGS comes into the building, our work orders get cleared out of the system, but yet the system shows if you walk into the building is the system. It continues to exist. How do you look at our building foreman and say, oh, well, you have to resubmit that work order because we came and we looked at your issue? Who is responsible for the follow through? As a result of all of the work orders being cleared out of the system and all of our issues continuing to be unresolved, we continue to have leaks, we continue to have mold, we continue to have an infestation of pests, we continue to have sewage backup into our children's bathrooms, covering their items with the smelly sewage. It's smelling up their hallways. We continue to have lights that do not work and dark hallways. We continue to have non-working toilets, and we continue to have the HVAC issues, which forces our children to either be relocated to another classroom or wear coats. This isn't the 80s. We should be beyond this at this point. And it is winter. This needs to stop. This is unacceptable. Who is being held accountable? Who follows up when these work orders are put in the system and then cleared without any resolution? I would hope that all of the issues that you have been hearing here today, that's occurring at Whittier, that you've been seeing on social media, that you've been seeing on the news, that you've been receiving by mail, would urge you. I hear that we don't have the space. I hear that swing space is an issue. I understand. But at this point, for what it's worth, there's a lot of money being wasted on the patchwork and on these Band-Aid solutions when DGS comes through and do their blitz. Our children deserve more. There are too many health code violations. There are too many safety violations. There are too many things that are putting our children at risk on the daily basis. And I'm sure that we wouldn't want a terminal illness or the death of a student to be the reason why real action occurs. So thank you very much for hearing my testimony today. And thank you to my supporters of Whittier and those who preceded me in this testimony. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Laura Fuchs, who I think is, there we are. Wonderful. Welcome.
Sorry, is it time for me? I apologize.
Yes.
Sorry, I am in class. You will hear in the background. Okay. So, would you like me to start? Sorry.
Yes, please, and welcome.
Thanks. All right, so in my 16 years as the teacher at H.G. Woodson, my experience with facilities and the complete lack of oversight provided by the council is emblematic of the problems facing our district as a whole. Gentlemen, give me like a minute. I just have to do something. In fact, I'm able to basically just tweak a testimony I've given previously to the council because nothing has changed. Why am I here? Who knows? I suppose I just don't want anyone to be able to say they didn't know. But do I think this testimony will make a difference? Not really, but here I am. So we know that under control of the district's higher ups that consistently lie, principals are under pressure to downplay reality. It is the unionized teaching force that have consistently stepped up at great risk to ourselves and spoken truth to power. We're the ones who know firsthand what is going on in our buildings, yet we're consistently devalued as members of the public who can and should be able to testify because of when these hearings are held and the fact that nothing changes afterwards. In 2007, my first year at HD Woodson, I taught at the Tower Power. I don't need to go over how much DCPS had let that school go when they decided they were going to knock it down. But a school built in the 1970s to have completely fallen apart shows the systemic neglect that this district has shown students east of the river. Fires, flooding, mold, extreme heat, walking up 9 flights of stairs, you name it, we experience it every single day. DCPS did nothing to ameliorate the conditions, which does make me concerned if we say DCPS should take back over its own buildings. They don't have a history of doing that well. In our interim buildings, things were actually pretty good. As we came back to our brand new building, the first to be completely rebuilt in the wave of modernizations, we began to realize our problems were only just beginning. Done with almost zero oversight from the district and several principal turnovers and limited input from the community, we walked into a building that was 100% not built for us or with our student body in mind. The hallways were larger than the classrooms. Many classrooms had 0 windows. The audiovisual systems didn't work from day one. Our roof and windows leak so badly that floors are warping. There's basically no trash cans, a cafeteria and auditorium that were not designed to hold our entire population if we hit our maximum numbers. We had a bunch of technology that was outdated the very day it entered the building. We were told we had 1 year to put all these issues for warranty. We did, but DCPS completely ignored it. And so our story began at Woodson. DCPS and the council has repeatedly forced us to be grateful for a building that wasn't built properly from day one. Our heating and cooling system is almost impossible to run and leads to very uneven temperatures and air quality throughout the building. We never have soap, like never. Our bathroom stalls are often broken. Work orders don't get fixed. I want to give a time range, but the fact is they just don't get fixed. Teachers supply basic needs more often than not from our own paychecks. There's no accountability anywhere. Those here at the council allow things to get out of control and awful, and then try to act like it's only the mayor's fault. You take walkthroughs days before school starts, as if that will make a difference. We've been telling anyone who would listen what major problems have been happening. Frankly, everyone just goes along because what else can we do? Our schools don't get shut down. Even if the conditions are awful, we just keep going. This is on the mayor. It is on the council. We are willing to spend $100 million on a new building instead of fixing the buildings we already have. And we are overburdened and undersupported. And we need to put more money into our Teamsters employees and in hiring more employees to do the daily maintenance and not based on student population, when that means that it doesn't matter how many students you have, the building size doesn't change. These are problems that have been a problem for a long time. It'll take a dramatically different outlook from the council and be far more aggressive to actually get this under control. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Final person for this panel is Karen Cassakert, who is not with us. All right. Let me thank all the members of this panel. For in particular families from Whittier and Langley, I appreciate you being with us. You know, when I talk to DGS about these 2 buildings specifically, which I do with some frequency, part of the response I get, which is fair, is that these are old buildings and they're going to be more difficult. They're going to have more issues. That's fair. What's not fair is the communications issues when folks don't know what the timeline is for getting issues fixed, when work orders are being closed out that are clearly not resolved, things continuing to escalate. And that's part of why we're here, because we've got to continue to get better at this. Been a lot of frustrations with DGS and management of work orders, but also management of expectations. So let me ask Marissa Bailey, if you're still with us.
Yes.
you are right. Parents shouldn't have to spend their time advocating for things like trash getting picked up or things getting fixed in the schools. What steps are taken before you take to Twitter or reach out to council members?
Oh, well, I believe our custodial team, our principal will submit, our PTO board. So the parents are the final straw. So that they're doing the proper steps from in the school to PTO and then to the parents.
Okay.
To notify of these, of our, any maintenance issue that's happening.
Right. So to your understanding, the school is taking the steps that they need to take. They're submitting the issues, they're submitting the work orders, and they're not getting resolved.
Exactly.
Okay.
Yep. Parents are still noticing. So then, then PTO and then parents are then involved.
Okay. For Joshua Wiley, you mentioned several issues where a work order has been closed out without the thing being fixed, like the sewer pump. How do you usually find out that the work order is closed out?
So we typically want to check like what's the ETA on the work order, or we'll make another complaint like, hey, this radiator still hasn't been fixed. Like, oh, they already replaced it. What's your work order number? We look at the work order, it says complete. So we don't get notification work orders are complete, but we just look in the system, or we'll elevate the complaint to someone else and say, oh, there's no work order, there's no open work order for that, and then we go back in the system, and those work orders are closed or completed, or whatever they click in the system.
And to your knowledge, these aren't things where they came out, they were fixed and sort of rebroke months or years later. These are things that never got fixed, and then the work order was closed out.
Yeah, they're like ongoing issues. For example, I mentioned the sewer pump earlier. We put it in maybe a couple months ago. Someone from DGS closed it out along with maybe 10 other work orders on December 5th. Someone came yesterday, spent about 20 minutes in the building, and then sat in their car for another hour and a half. So that's pretty much what happens. They come out and look at them and then go sit in their car or leave, and nothing's really being done to resolve these problems. Now, some work orders are being completed, but the bigger ones, or the ones that constantly coming up, nothing's being done about it.
One of the frustrations, and I have this frustration, you have this frustration, when I visit schools, I haven't been to Whittier this school year. I was there last school year, and I think the school year before that as well. I'll tour the school. There'll be, we'll see issues that the school communities have pointed out to DGS for unexplainable reasons. Some of them have work orders, some of them don't. Then we'll track those issues, and we get the reports that the work order has been closed out. It is not possible for me to sort of go bird dog every work order in the system, and so we are relying on DGS to let us know accurately whether they're closed out. That clearly has not been happening, and so we've supported a shift whereby DGS is supposed to have the school sign off before a work order gets closed out. Seems like a good fix, but it seems like we're still seeing this issue. So this school year, you are seeing work orders close out improperly, or are these issues from previous school years?
Yep. So when we had I believe we had a rally for Whittier modernization. We testified last time about several issues. There was a supposed blitz, right? And so if you look on our completed work orders between the dates of 12/2 and 12/5, you have several work orders that were already closed out, and some work hasn't been done. We have people from the council office say, "Oh, hey, you guys, I'm checking on this new radiator that's been installed." We haven't seen it. The hallway's still cold, and there's a hole for the radiator. So these things are being closed out this school year currently. And when they talk about the principal has to sign off on it, there's a little button that you click. It says update, and you can say it's closed or it's complete. However, that doesn't stop DGS from saying that the work order is complete. It's just another layer that the principal or the foreman can go in there and say, yes, this was complete. But if it hasn't been completed, there's no reason that we're looking in the system marking it complete.
I'm sorry, if it hasn't been completed, well, is there a separate button? I missed that.
There wasn't much training on the new system where you can click.
Seemed that way. Okay.
But when I looked at it, I seen the update, and there's a little box you can check to say this issue has been completed. Maybe you can leave a little note. But if it's already been closed out, I mean, I'm not sure if there's any way that we can actually open it up to say it hasn't been fixed. And this has been an ongoing problem. This is not just this year or the year before. Since I've been at Whittier, we've been seeing work orders closed, and swept under the rug, or people come in and sit and talk for hours and hours and hours, then leave. Then the next day, work orders closed.
Yeah, no, this is not a new issue at all. This idea to fix the problem of work orders being closed out, that's new, and I've been optimistic about it, but we first have got to do more training on this and see if it really does improve the idea or the fact of work orders being closed out without the work being done. But the system I think still leaves something to be desired. So we've got to try some training on this. Let me get a point of clarification from Melissa Black. You mentioned fumes a few times, but I didn't know what fumes, and she may have had to leave to teach. Mr. Wiley, do you know what fumes Melissa Black was talking about?
Ms. Black, Ms. Black says she smelled things, fumes, and we're educators, so we don't know what these fumes may be or these things may smell like. When they install a new heater, a space heater in the classroom, smells coming out of there. From where the radiator busted, we had smells coming out of there for a couple of days, and we're not the professionals, we're educators, so we don't know what those fumes are or what those smells are, but we always report them, and we get.
Okay. On the issue of
one more thing. I'm sorry. I just want to make sure, because this is the second time I mentioned that on the PACE master facilities list or the scheduling, how Whittier is incorrectly identified where they should be on the modernization list. We have 6 self-contained classrooms, the most in any school district, any elementary school in DCPS. They're building an elevator on one side of the building. This took up 2 classrooms. We're almost at capacity, but the list says we're at 70%. Now, I know the capacity is one of the determining factors that goes into where you are on the modernization list. We keep getting looked over. We keep getting pushed back. We have bricks falling, and I have no answers for the parents, but we just keep waiting our turn. It's not fair for the kids. It's not fair for the families. It's not fair for the educators.
Yeah.
And I just want to make sure that I am elevating this, because I'd be remiss if I didn't fight for my students like we always tell them to fight for themselves.
Yeah. I appreciate that. You're right to do that. You are right, it's not fair. This won't give a lot of comfort, if any, to Whittier parents. There's an elementary school in Ward 8 that, in my opinion, is in worse shape and is 3 years behind Whittier. And there are some problems with the PACE Act. If we rearrange schools, I cannot guarantee that Whittier would not move back. And so as a parent, I know how it is. Whittier is like, look, we have our modernization in 2 years. I know that's not soon enough. I think LaSalle's modernization is supposed to start in 3 years. Every parent, every teacher is sort of waiting, who hasn't had their school modernized is waiting. What I really think we have to figure out a way to do is to accelerate all modernizations. Once you start rearranging them, I think it gets impossibly difficult. And some schools that sort of feel like they're overdue, and justifiably so, they could end up getting moved back, and nobody would want that. I haven't been able to figure out yet how to accelerate all of them, because the cost of it is so massive. And I've looked at our debt cap, I've looked at ideas. That's not to say there's not a way to do it. All I can say is that I have looked and I haven't figured it out yet, but I haven't given up. I just want to kind of let people know it's not falling on deaf ears. I'm not ignoring this issue. I don't have the answer right now. Let me pause there and see if my colleagues have questions. Councilmember Henderson, I don't think she's with us right now. Councilmember Lewis George.
Thank you, Chairman. Thank you to everyone who has testified, especially our educators and our parents from Whittier. I hear you loud and clear. You have every right to be angry and pissed and organizing the way that you are. What I want to understand, we've sent requests to DCPS already asking for sort of a reassessment of Whittier as far as the PACE Act goes. But what I want to do in the meantime, in between time, as we're figuring out, space, what do you call it, carryover space or margin space, and what we do here, I want to understand the items that continue to I guess what my colleague said, rebroke. What are the I liked it. What are the rebroke items that you persistently are seeing at Whittier?
HVAC for sure.
Right.
Every year, heat, cold. And I know it's something like either you ask for it or you don't, but turn the heat on. Some teachers are scared to ask for heat. They sit in cold classrooms because when DGS does come, or when they have come to pass, the room is like 80 degrees and there's no switching off. So it's always heat or air. Leaky roofs. We got our roof repaired, I believe, in 19. It's been leaking every single year, and they say we're gonna fix it. We run these tests. Keeps leaking. The gym keeps leaking. Most recently, this rodent infestation has become crazy. Usually, mice might run out in a dark time, or if you're leaving, staying late, you might see something scurry across. But like I said, they're brazen now. They are running across desks. Teachers have to wipe the tables off sometimes because there's droppings. We had set some food aside in a bin, secured. They got for families that were in need, and they got inside of it. Like in some of these things, like this is our second time we had like a water explosion in the building in the past year and a half. One happened in the front entryway. I think we looked at it last time you came, and the most recent happened in the corridor. And
these are the water explosions are from
the radiator heating system.
Right?
I'm not sure. Yeah. But the guy that came to fix it, I said, oh, what's going on? Why that happened? So I'm curious. I want to know. He said it's gonna happen again. He said this is just these parts are so old. We don't have any parts to order for it. We can do a quick fix, but this is gonna happen again. And so I know they were contracted out by DCPS, but it's we're nervous walking past another radiator saying this is gonna happen again. What if someone was walking with a baby walking next to in the class and the thing would explode because hot water was spewing everywhere. So it was so easy for that to be a very unfortunate accident. And this isn't just because of DGS. The building is old. I mean, if anyone's been in this building, it's old. The kitchen has been leaking for 3 years now in the same spot, if not the same spot, 4 inches over. These things are continuing to happen. Look at many of our ceiling tiles; they're brown from wet water. The smell we talked about earlier was coming from the pre-K classroom where the sewage was backed up. These things keep happening. It's not like things like an oil change or I need my brakes fixed. These are things that are happening because there has been poor in the first place, and the building's old. So we're held together right now like with Band-Aids and tape.
Right.
Especially in this gentrifying neighborhood, they're looking at us, they're looking at Ida B. Wells, they're looking at Coolidge, and they say, oh my gosh, we see 2 brand new schools. I'm not coming to Whittier. You guys don't even have an elevator. We've turned so many students around because we didn't have an elevator. We turned a teacher around that works here. This is her home, her second home, and she cannot come to work because she can't get to her classroom. So I can only imagine what that's doing to her lifelong dreams that she's been pursuing for over 30 years.
Yeah. I appreciate that. And what I want to figure out from DGS today, in pursuing sort of the space of we need to figure out, modernization and that piece. In the meantime, while you're still living in this space until we figure this out, What I'm trying to figure out is if they're just continuing to work on the same radiator, the same water pump, the same HVAC system, and whether we are cutting costs by not just replacing the entire system. I guess in theory, they could be thinking, well, we're going to do the modernization in a couple of years, so we could wait. And I'm trying to get to the space of whether are we waiting because you're thinking about modernization in the future when we could just spend the money to replace these things, right? If my water heater goes out, the repairman can come and say, the repairman can say, I can fix it, or you need a whole new, right? In your house. My HVAC go out, we can fix what you got going, or you need a whole new one. And so what I'm trying to figure out is if we're wasting time and money with continuing to bring someone to fix the old when we could just spend the money bringing in at least new on these chronic systemic issues. So that's where I'm going to be going with my questions with DGS to basically get a sense of, are we penny pinching and putting Band-Aids because we're thinking about modernization? And yes, we were able to move it up a year in the last budget, but that's still time for you all to be in this space. So either there's two options: you bring in new items, new HVAC, new water heater, the sewer pump, whatever it is, because they need now, or you gonna have to figure out how to get them into a newer space quicker. And so I think those both have to be a part of the conversation that you deserve answers on. So that's what I'll be focusing on. But thank you for all you do for our students and for advocating and for the organizing work. Thank you.
Thank you. So one additional question, frustration from parents and teachers and school staff are 100% appropriate. And I'm glad folks do come to hearings to testify. I know sometimes it feels like nothing is happening because the ultimate issue hasn't been fixed. What I would say is just in the past couple of years, we've increased funding substantially for school repairs. I know I do walkthroughs announced and unannounced. DGS has developed new procedures to require school personnel to sign off before work orders is closed. That needs to be improved. I do want to see how it will work with improvements. I work very hard to make school work orders public. And this auditor report came at the request of the council, request of Chairman Mendelson. And none of these things have fixed the system. What I would wonder from Laura Fuchs, if you're still able to join us, do you have any specific recommendations for us on something that you think we should be trying now? As somebody who is working in the classroom, who's dealt with many of these issues.
I mean, it could be to empower local schools a bit more over some of these smaller fixes, possibly giving us a budget like to fix like a door. We have people in our building who could arguably fix it. Sorry, gentlemen, give me like a minute. We have people who could arguably fix it, but they have to use like their own money to do it, right? Like someone in the school is paying out of pocket to fix a lot of these problems. Like, because we don't have a budget at Woodson to like have a little bucket of money for like quick fixes that maybe DG doesn't need to deal with. We probably could fix it ourselves. Well, I do love the idea of the government fixing things over like a private contractor or something. If it's small, like we need to just get these done, let them deal with the big stuff. Some of it's also just like preventative maintenance that I think's been talked about. So like staffing this properly in the first place so that things aren't getting out of control. It can be really hard when like some years we're doing really great and we see enrollment climb and we get more money for custodial staff. The years where we don't and we see, a drop in our, overall numbers of students, we see a cut. Our building did not shrink. Like we're still using all of it. Except they're doing everything with less. And that can also mean, that like some maintenance stuff might pile up that could become a bigger problem that then requires us to, ask DGS to fix it rather than like ourselves. So I think we go a pretty long way with that. And then I'll just be honest, like somehow, especially these new buildings, we got to get And these modernizations, we have to get more oversight over that whole process, because Woodson has a lot of problems from the jump, and we're brand new, ground up, leaking, right? Like there's a giant bucket, well, like a trash can outside my room right now, because when it rains in the hallway, right? Like it's a recent development, unfortunately, but like that's just been happening. And to me, this building costs $80 million. Like it should never be the case this soon into the game. Like that day one, I have leaky classrooms, windows that have never been fixed in over a decade now. Like it's just, so anything we can do to try to make sure when we're spending a lot of money on these very beautiful buildings that we're also making sure like the details got paid attention to. And I don't know how to force the mayor to do that. And obviously it's been 3 mayors that have like had problems with this, but yeah, I think maybe giving the schools a little pot of money to fix basic things, and then trying to staff us appropriately when it comes to maintenance, and base it on the size of the building, not just the size of the student population.
Right.
And then somehow we got to get greater, maybe a third party has to watch over like when these buildings get built, because something is breaking down, and it's not just our building that has been kind of a failure.
All right, but thank you for that. I appreciate it, and that's right. And I think Roosevelt comes to mind as well as a newly renovated building that has had substantial problems. Before I turn to the next panel of public witnesses, let me make sure my colleague doesn't have an additional question. All right. Well, thank you all very, very much for joining us today, for the work that you're doing, for the advocacy. Like you, I wish it was not necessary. I do want you to know that it's not falling on deaf ears, that we're trying to work through it. We'll continue working through it and doing everything we can to support your school communities. And shout out to Whittier and Langley, schools that despite some facilities issues, what's happening inside those schools is absolutely incredible. Really two shining examples of school communities in our city. And thank you to Ms. Fuchs at HD Woodson, who testifies at a number of our hearings. Let me turn to our next panel of public witnesses, which will include Karen Cassakert, and my apologies that we didn't get you on the last panel. Tavi Barnes, Regina, and Karen Cassakert is from Roosevelt State. Tavi Barnes, who's a teacher with the Washington Teachers Union. Regina Bell, Vice President of the Washington Teachers Union. Julie Lawson, who's Vice President for External Affairs at Ida B. Wells Middle School PTO. Yolanda Anderson, President of the PTO at Roosevelt High School, and Paula Edwards, and welcome. And Karen, if you are able to turn on your camera, welcome. You can begin.
Good afternoon. Thank you very much. Thank you, members of the City Council who are taking the time to hear the concerns of the public on this very important issue. I am a Ward 1 resident, an LSAT chair, a DCPS employee, and I am not here to represent one school, but the concerns I have witnessed or been made aware of across several schools in the district. My message today is clear. Students and staff should not be in unsafe buildings. Let me be very clear about what I consider to be unsafe, because it seems like it's not a clearly defined term. Number 1, external doors should lock. All relevant staff should have functional entry, either working fobs or keys. Number 2, classroom doors should lock, and teachers and designated staff should have working keys. Number 3, toilet should flush. Number 4, bathroom stalls should lock. Number 5, hand washing water should be appropriately warm. Number 6, PA systems should be fully functional throughout the entire building. Number 7, external cameras and internal cameras should work, and the appropriate people should have access to the footage. Number 8, buildings should be free of mold. Number 9, rain should not enter the building through ceilings, windows, or under doors. Number 10, buildings should not be infested by rats and/or mice, especially in spaces where children learn. Number 11, per OSHA regulations or recommendations, buildings should remain between 68 and 76 degrees. And finally, water fountains should produce safe and cool drinking water. I humbly request that City Council consider legislation that states the following. And these are some of the concrete steps that Councilmember White alluded to wanting at the beginning of this hearing. Number one, students and staff should not report to buildings that have been declared unsafe for more than 48 hours. Number two, school buildings should have facility report cards similar to health department grades on restaurants that are public for parents and community members. And number three, City Council should work with DGS and DCPS to ensure that ESSER dollars are properly spent on improving school safety. As many of my colleagues have stated, we need to do better for our students. DC has the money, DC has the resources, and we just have to do better. I see the rest of my time. Thank you so much for this hearing.
Thank you so much for joining us. Next public witness is Tavi Barnes. Welcome. Okay, I think Tavi is not with us today. Regina Bell, welcome.
All right, good afternoon. Thank you, Council Member. My name is Regina Bell, General Vice President of the Washington Teachers Union. I also have 3 children who have graduated from DCPS, so I have knowledge of the situation as a parent, as well as General Vice President of the Teachers Union. During Reconstruction, it was hoped that the District of Columbia would become an example for all the land, a beacon for social justice. That was more than 150 years ago. A basic tenet of being an example for all the land is to educate its citizenry in a safe environment. A quarter century ago, Judge K. Christian ordered DC public schools closed due to life-threatening fire code violations, a far cry from an example for all the land. Here we are today, 26 years later, at a hearing about DGS, their backlog of work orders, and their ability or inability to handle DCPS's maintenance needs. In the intervening years since Judge Christian's order, DCPS has spent hundreds of millions of dollars on school renovations, yet the DC government is still not able to maintain those buildings. The DC Auditor's report focuses on multiple failures in DGS management of work orders, yet DGS has a state-of-the-art database created by Salesforce to track those orders. The auditor's report is consistent with what the WTU hears from teachers. Doors don't lock, HVAC not working, elevators broken, toilets don't flush, lights don't work, rodent infestation, leaks, and mold. There have been some improvements since Judge Christian's ordered the schools closed, but the report and its findings are embarrassing. It doesn't matter if DGS is inept or indifferent. The result is students are attending poorly maintained buildings. Hubert Humphrey said the moral test of government is how that government treats those who are in the dawn of life, the children. DGS has failed that moral test and consequently failed our students. I, like others who have testified before me, am flabbergasted that there is a need for this hearing. In 2022, the US is almost 250 years old, and students who attend public schools in the nation's capital are learning in buildings that are not providing an optimal environment to educate our future leaders. I hope the council gives this matter the urgent attention it desperately needs. Thank you for allowing me to testify.
Thank you very much. Julie Lawson, welcome.
Hi, good afternoon, Councilmember White. Good afternoon, Councilmember Lewis George and members of the committee. My name is Julie Lawson. I've lived in Ward 4 for 12 years. I'm also the parent of a student at Ida B. Wells Middle School, where I serve on the PTO board and the LSAT. I was a former member of the community working group that guided the opening of Wells and the modernization of Coolidge High School. And I'm an alumna parent leader at Whittier Elementary School. So I've been before this committee and the committee of the whole several times to lament the significant structural and maintenance issues with very old buildings. That I am here again to inform you about issues in a practically new campus is disheartening. That said, I see a lot of my friends at DGS in the meeting, in the roundtable, and I'm glad that they're here to listen. And I don't want to discourage any of the commitment that they have to this work. I know that we can solve this together, but I did want to take the opportunity to highlight some of the issues that we are seeing in this brand new building. Wells and the new Coolidge campus opened in fall 2019 after a $68 million modernization and expansion investment Speaking on behalf of my neighbors and school community members, we are so grateful for this new middle school and the new facilities. My son is thriving at Wells. It's an amazing middle school, and we're so lucky to have it in the neighborhood. Unfortunately, I hesitate to tell you about these issues because of the security risks they pose. We went from summer 2022, August, until a couple of weeks ago without having a locking front door. When you opened it, it wouldn't close all the way on its own, so it would sit ajar and unlocked unless you consciously pulled it shut. As part of DGS's repairs, there was at least one day where the auto close function was completely disabled. The hinge arm at the top of the door was just disconnected. We also have classroom and gathering space doors that either don't lock or don't unlock. An 8th grade math teacher reports that he keeps his classroom door propped open at all times, lest he is locked out. That means his classroom equipment is never secured, his personal belongings have to be locked away, and students not in his class can wander in. I repeat, students not in his class can wander in. On a day-to-day basis, that's disruptive to learning. In the worst case scenario, that is extremely unsafe. Last year, on several occasions, a student walked into a classroom that wasn't his and assaulted another student. In the first 3 weeks of this school year, Wells and Coolidge had 1 evacuation and 2 lockdowns due to false threats, not drills. Our kids know about mass shootings and school violence in other parts of our country. I would hope that they can have faith in our schools here to keep them safe. I'll just note, tomorrow is the 10th anniversary of the tragedy at Sandy Hook. On a more cosmetic front, I was in the Coolidge Auditorium 2 weeks ago and saw significant peeling paint and mold stains on the acoustic panels. Again, this modernization was completed only 3 years ago. What other construction and maintenance issues are these facilities holding? In preparing for this testimony, I learned about consolidated maintenance contracts used with new and large school facilities. Given the known problems at Dunbar and Roosevelt, as well as Wells and Coolidge, all partnered with the same contractor, I wonder if the CMC system needs greater review and if it's truly the best strategy for keeping our public buildings in good order. As building efficiency requirements become more and more stringent to mitigate the effects of climate change, do we have faith that these contractors have the skills to maintain more complex buildings? I have attached a list of current work orders to my testimony for reference at Wells. It's not as lengthy as lists for other schools, but it is significant security risks. Even tracking these responses to these is time consuming and opaque to school administrators who are accountable to their staff, students, and families. Again, I have great respect for the staff and leadership at DGS and the work that they do with a very large portfolio of responsibilities. I know we can all do better, and I look forward to the outcomes of this roundtable, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much. I appreciate you being with us. Next witness is Yolanda Anderson. Welcome.
Hi, thank you. Thank you, Councilmember White, and all the other committee members. Thank you for this opportunity to testify. I really contemplated what and how to go about this because this is a new experience for me. But I just wanted to share some. I have no additions to what has been already stated here. There's a lot that's going on. And the one thing that I wanted to say, one is I thank you all for allowing DGS to speak first, because that enabled me to see the grace that they give themselves. And there's a lack of accountability, and it's unacceptable, truly. And that's been echoed throughout the entire the entire testimony session. So I just want to make sure that we as a organization of the carers of students and teachers really do put them first. We at Roosevelt, again, my name is Yolanda Anderson. I am the PTO president of Roosevelt High School. And I've been president just this year. We're reestablishing the PTO. And I'm also on the LSAT. So there's close to 200 work orders that's been out since, from what I understand, since 2019. There's door locks, there's HV units, plumbing, lighting, all those things and the like for this to be a newly renovated school. One of the issues that I did want to make sure that I shared was, as early as last night, there was a basketball tournament, a basketball game that was going on, 3 games to be exact. One had to be canceled because of the lighting in the gym. There were students on the opposing team that had epilepsy, and those lights flickering was causing them to go into effects of seizure. And so we had to cancel those accounts, cancel that meeting so that no student would be harmed. I had parents, the PTO was actually doing the concession last night. And so we had parents come through and say, hey, my head was hurting because of the lights. So these are safety issues and health issues for our students, staff, and anyone else that is in our buildings. One thing I did want to share real briefly is that we as a nation talk about student crime and all the things that are going on with our students. But I say, and I hold to the fact that this is actually a crime against our students. And there has to be a greater accountability on our behalf to make sure that we do put our students first. Education is a big, big thing for me. And if we want our students to have a fair chance at life, instead of learning life and how to opt around issues and challenges, but giving them a fair chance at what they should do, I think we have to have a better accountability. Thank you for your time, and thank you again for this opportunity.
Thank you so much. Our final public witness before we get to DGS is Paula Edwards. Welcome.
Hello, thank you for having me. Hello, Chair White and Commissioners Henderson and Lewis George. Thank you for permitting me to testify today. I'm Paula Edwards, a DC native and Ward 4 resident. I'm here to witness to the joys and benefits of a well-designed and implemented asset management system. I've read the DC Auditor's report and have taken note of the good, the bad, and the ugly. The good news is that DGS appears to have a 21st century asset management system. The bad news is that it is used like an abacus. This is easily resolved through process redesign, proper training, and adequate supervision. The ugly of this report is the revelation that the system is apparently not capturing accurate costs of maintaining assets for which DGS is responsible. Without this information, our financial statements, budgets, planning, and other projections are specious. Accountability is impossible without the ability to target cost centers, and millions of taxpayer dollars may be going to waste. Years ago, I worked with a team to implement a state-of-the-art asset management system. The key aspect of the system was a life cycle plan for each major asset. Being from DC and knowing how to finesse other states' Senate staffs to compensate for my lack of one, I set up a template in which the manufacturers created the life cycle documentation as part of the sales process. So it was their staff, not ours, that did the bulk of the work. The template included warranty details, expected maintenance, including manuals, documentation through the life of the asset, replacement costs, and expected life. We use this documentation to compare assets from different vendors for purchase. We also compared the documentation to actual performance by companies that had purchased the same equipment in the past. At the time of the purchase, we had the manufacturer sign off on the life cycle plan. We entered the installation date and all the dates populated for ticklers, for routine maintenance, major expected repairs, and the expected retirement date. Using this information, we could plan for labor requirements, supplies, and replacement costs years in advance. Most importantly, we knew expected womb-to-tomb costs for this asset. We could judge performance by comparing actual and budgeted costs. We could plan for replacement costs years in advance. We maintained constant communication with the vendors so that we would be timely notified of recalls, alerts, and other documentation. We encouraged our engineers to join associations and to share information with others in the industry. Maintenance is not as much fun as the shiny new ribbon cuttings and doesn't make a splash in social media. But without understanding its costs, our government cannot function efficiently. I urge you to look at the system of lifetime asset management as a low-cost, highly efficient method of safeguarding taxpayer resources. Thank you for the opportunity to speak, and I'm available to answer any questions.
Thank you very much. I appreciate this panel of public witnesses joining us today. One of the things that came up on the last panel, which is relevant to this panel as well, especially with Ida B. Wells, is the frustration that some of our freshly modernized schools are still having major issues. And we've seen that with Woodson, we've seen that with Roosevelt, we're seeing that with Ida B. Wells. This is unacceptable. But we also have to make sure, and the auditor's report gets to some of this, to the extent that these issues are under warranty, and most of them should be, we should have contractors out to fix them. But if we're not monitoring them, if we're not maintaining things with respect to the required maintenance, then we're missing those opportunities, and it is costing us a lot of money. I am frustrated. I think it was last school year that I visited Roosevelt. I've had a number of family members who have graduated from Roosevelt, but to see such a significant modernization and to still have so many facilities issues is really frustrating. Karen Kasser-Kurt, to your one of your recommendations in your testimony, part of the frustration is that sometimes a hammer works well, but when we are talking about schools, it's hard to carry a hammer. So if we did a facilities report card, in theory, I think it's a great idea. However, when you look at schools like Whittier that are doing incredible work inside the school, the question I ask myself is, do we want to send a signal to families in the neighborhood or families considered in that school that, no, this isn't a school that you want to send your kids to? Because look at the facilities report card. And so the difficulty, one of the difficulties is doing oversight without that kind of hammer, because a lot of things that we could do wouldn't just hurt DGS, they would hurt school communities as well. So we keep trying to figure it out and challenge ourselves. Let me get Ms. Lawson, if I could get some clarification for the classroom door that you said had to be left open. I missed it. Is this because the teacher doesn't have a key, or what? Why would the teacher be locked out?
So all of the classroom doors use key cards.
Mm-hmm.
And the electronic system doesn't work. And so if it locks, his card won't reopen it. He has to call a custodian with a master key, which will take 20 minutes, half an hour, take them away from the work that they're doing. When DGS comes out to fix it, talked to that teacher last night. He says that sometimes they're not sure if it's an octo problem or having these consolidated maintenance contracts really seems like it just adds another layer of complex, like we can kick the can a little further down the road to the next person.
Yeah. So is it just one classroom, or do all the classrooms have this situation?
No, there are classrooms on at least the second, third, and fourth floors that all do that. I was meeting with a teacher a couple of weeks ago, and she had two doors. One never unlocks, and one never locks. And that's it. And then this other teacher with the door that never unlocks. And then they also have at the fourth floor plaza, which is supposed to be like a community gathering space, extra space for cafeteria or gym. They can't lock that door, so they find students hanging out there when they should be in class. Just another safety hazard and student control hazard. So it's coming down to the electronic system for the locks.
Okay. Yeah, I didn't mention some. I think two people in the last panel mentioned the issue of trash, and I didn't go over this in the questions, but trash, door lock, security cameras are a few of the issues where it has become so difficult and convoluted to figure out, is DCPS in charge of this? Is DGS in charge of this for trash? DPW and Parks and Rec plays some role in this for security cameras, and some door locks. Octo plays a role in this. It has gotten very convoluted, and that is part of the problem. Another major part of the problem is communication with the schools, but we've covered that. So I appreciate you letting us know. And you said attached to your testimony is a list of open work orders at Ida B. Wells.
Yes, I did also want to just highlight again my point that, our building standards for the district are getting more and more rigorous, which is great. We are at the global forefront of resilience and sustainability. But if we're having a hard time maintaining the basic physical plant, it's it's not going to get better as these buildings get more complicated.
Yeah, that is right. And I mean, it's hard not to hold the pessimistic view right now of what schools like Roosevelt or Woodson will look like 10 years from now. We don't want to see Ida B. Wells go down that same path. Because if these are the issues we're dealing with a newly modernized school, what kind of issues are we going to be dealing with 10 years from now, which is not the end of the life cycle for a school. As systems get more and more sophisticated, they get more and more difficult to maintain, and we have to make sure we are keeping up with the times. I think I mentioned this in the last panel, but just having sort of like a fix-it person, around the school doesn't work for a lot of systems now in the way that it did. I mean, there are some things where that still helps, like, a door maybe, but there are so many systems that are just, so specialized, so complicated. And we've got to have a handle on those, including preventative maintenance. So, one of my challenges to DGS today is let's look at Ida B. Wells and let's make a determination as to how this follows a different path than Roosevelt and Woodson. As we fix what's going on at Roosevelt and Woodson, what do we need to do to make sure we don't go down this same frustrating path with Ida B. Wells or any of the other newly built or newly modernized schools? Let me see. The testimonies were very clear. Some overlap with what we heard in the last panel and what we saw in the auditor's report. So I don't have further questions for this panel, but let me see if either of my colleagues do. Okay. Well, with that, let me again say thank you to this panel of public witnesses for joining us, for your attention to these issues, for taking the time to share your insights with the committee. It means a lot. It helps, and frankly, it is another push to DGS, to the mayor, to the council, because we all have an obligation to do better than what we're seeing now. With that, I'm going to move to our final panel and welcome Director Keith Anderson of the Department of General Services. Oh, no, I'm sorry. I forgot our State Board of Education members. Thank you to my team for reminding me. Let me move to our State Board of Education members and welcome Ward 4, Representative Fraser O'Leary, Ward 8, Representative Carleen Reed, Ward 1, Representative Emily Gasoy, Ward 3, Representative Ruth Wattenberg. And Representative O'Leary, you can begin your testimony when you are ready. Representative O'Leary, can you hear me? All right, I don't see Dr. Carleen Reed yet, so, oh, there we are. Fraser O'Leary, you can begin your testimony.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Fraser O'Leary, and I'm speaking today as an educator and as the Ward 4 member of the State Board of Education. There is no parent or caregiver in this city who would accept anything less than a safe, secure, and comfortable place for their child every day of school. That should not even be a negotiable demand. However, every single day in our city, there are hundreds of children entering DCPS schools that are either too hot or too cold, that have roofs and windows that leak, that do not have lockable doors, that have alarm systems that don't function correctly, and that have intercom systems that can't make announcements. If these were isolated incidents that were taken care of by an efficient and caring support system, then there would be no need for this hearing today. In my 4 years as a member of the State Board of Education and my 47 years as a DCPS teacher, I have never felt that the system was as unaccountable as it is today. Last night at the basketball game at Roosevelt, the lights started flickering. 2 of the players in the game started having reactions because of their epilepsy, and the games were canceled. Work orders had been submitted previously, but nothing had been done. This is the most immediate example of the inefficiency of the system. Today, you've heard on the ground testimonies that should never have to be made, that the system would only respond in a professional manner. We are in an emergency that treats our most vulnerable citizens, our students, horribly. No one's child should be subject to anything but a safe, secure, and comfortable environment that allows him or her to flourish academically. Please listen to these cries and use whatever powers you have to rectify these wrongs. And I would like to talk about any of the schools in Ward 4 if you would like me to. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Representative Gasoy. Welcome.
Thank you. As you can see, I am in transit to pick up my child from school, so I will not be reading my testimony, but I did submit it, and I guess what I would highlight is that I have been in touch with my DCPS schools since July on this topic. Thank you for, pushing for better attention to the needs of our schools from DGS, and for, asking us to provide you with input from our schools. That's where it started in July. I've followed up 4 times since, and what I provided in my written testimony is over 30 pages, single spaced of responses. So I'm hoping you'll read that. A majority of my DCPS schools have multiple work orders that have not been addressed. And it really is the same issues that you've heard today from other schools. So really severe safety issues around doors that don't lock, fobs that don't work. I have one school where the fob for 2 doors hasn't worked since 2000. And I asked him, is that a typo? He said, no. And I said, well, why is it like that? And he said, well, there is actually a vendor who could rewire the whole system, but they don't have the budget for it. So that's in the testimony. You can read which school it is. There are issues with HVAC, which seem to have gotten worse during the pandemic, which, I understand, I guess there's just more work to be done during the pandemic. So, but a lot of these work orders date back to 2019. So those are sort of the notable issues. One thing that I didn't hear come up so much as I was tuning in and out was just, there seems to be inconsistency, like some work orders are attended to rather quickly and then others go unattended for years, as I mentioned. And so I guess I'm just curious, is this, it doesn't seem like the most pressing issues. Like in some schools, their work orders since July, all of them are, for one of them, all of the work orders are outstanding except for the blocked urinals in the boys' bathroom, which is important, but again, HVAC and blocked doors and issues like that seem more pressing. So I encourage you to read my testimony. I'm going to be here if you need me for questions, and hopefully I'll be able to actually look at my testimony and answer.
Thank you so much, and good luck with the pickup. And we will read your testimony. Representative Wattenberg, welcome.
Thank you. Thank you for having us. Thanks for having this hearing. Let me say, for many years before I joined the board, Councilmember Che toured every Ward 3 school, including Hardy, every summer before school resumed. The tours were well known. She had good humored jokes about how she flushed every toilet and tried every sink. And for 6 of the past 8 years, not 8 because of the pandemic, I joined these tours. Before I get off on the various things I learned and the endless repeating problems and some suggestions, I really want to thank Councilmember Che, Michael Porcello from her staff for conducting these tours and inviting me. And I also want to say thanks to the DGS and DCPS facility teams who always joined. The team members were typically fabulous. I really appreciate that the focus of this hearing is to find out why they can't do the fabulous work that they want to do, and I know they're capable of. I also want to note that you, Councilmember Lewis George, and Silverman did tours as well this year, and probably others did, and I highly encourage it. It really gives us a sense of what's going on. That said, so much goes on, so much does not get done despite the tours. You asked, what will Roosevelt look like in 10 years if there's no change? Well, maybe I can offer you some insight, sadly. What I see is the problems exist year after year. I think of playgrounds where for 5 years running, parts of playgrounds were fenced off because the pavement strips or playground tiles were unstable or uneven. The wood is splintering, rails are missing, or something else. These aren't actually the most urgent issues. They're fenced off, but it should not be routine to leave these kinds of accident hazards unresolved for 8 years. There are leaks, there are flooding issues that I've seen on successive visits in the same places in the same schools with no improvements in between. At some point, the ceiling tiles fall down from the saturation, the floors start to buckle. As people have said, what incredible investments we've made, and now look at them. I have a report of water from an outside drain that's leaking into the electrical system as we speak. I've seen halls in the Jackson Reed basement that had close to a foot of water in them. That's now resolved, but not before students and staff members endured seasons of these floods. There are still leaks, including into the beautiful atrium. There would be flooding there, but the well-practiced staff knows the drill. When it rains, flood the zone with trash cans that catch the water. It's quite a sight. It's really, it's quite unbelievable. One school had 2 non-working toilets, one of which hadn't worked the entire previous year when we visited last August. I just got a note today of a toilet that's backing up into the locker room. I'm told these all take a long time to get fixed. One principal told me she'd be happy if the doors, toilets, and water fountains all worked at the same time. The theater at Jackson Reed is beautiful. It's a great theater program, but the blackout shades haven't come down for years. The lights don't work. The sound system doesn't work. And these are not new issues, and they are not the only issues. There are so many maintenance problems. It's no longer even used for regular productions. They have been moved to the much smaller black box theater, which means fewer can participate. At Hardy, work orders to fix the sound and lighting systems have been made since 2014 and are largely unfixed. HVAC, soap. If you follow Twitter, listen to hearings, get mail, emails from your stakeholders, you know this is constantly broken and often takes a while to fix. That is the HVAC. School bathrooms are chronically without soap, towels, toilet paper. I'm not clear how much of this is DGS versus how much is DCPS, but really. Now, I want to turn explicitly to security before a few suggestions. When we visited Jackson Reed this August, not one of dozens of security monitors was working. And according to a later news report, there were dozens of schools at which the monitors were not working. Many classroom doors did not lock properly. You've heard this. Multiple doors to the outside did not close an alarm properly, also not new. Outdoor security cameras didn't work. The intercoms didn't reach every, maybe even most rooms. When I was there in the fall, all of this had been reported. It still hadn't been fixed as of a month ago. And then, as you know, there was a shooting and a lockdown. As it turns out, the shooting was outside the school, but it exposed just how unready the school was for something serious. It's my understanding that thankfully, and I say this with enormous gratefulness, since then there's been a huge effort by DGS to address these safety issues. And it's my understanding they are mostly done. Thanks so much, but need I say it took a shooting to get this done. What about the schools that haven't had a shooting yet? Now, I have a suggestion of some things to do. I'll throw a few out, and I see my time is up. First of all, I like these August inspections, but they come during the DGS blitz, and so DGS blitzes through. They don't really have time to do it. The urgency fails. There ought to be a blitz earlier and then some kind of final inspection tour at the end. What's the problem? If it's lack of staff, can we get them extra staff? Alternatively, maybe there's a way to legislate more priority for DCPS. Could have dedicated DGS staff assigned to DCPS working. Maybe DCPS hires people. Make sure DCPS schools have funds for maintenance and supplies they're responsible for, including bathroom supplies. Anyway, I have a few others, one of which actually goes to governance, and I'll just leave them for now.
If you want to go through them, I would love to hear them.
Okay. All right. I love the dashboard idea. I think one way to add to that is to really activate students, staff, and parents. They know where the problems are. Some people are starting to go to Twitter, and it really helps raise up the problems. Not that this is like the first way to solve a problem, but it helps. How about a hotline number that people can call and some requirement for responding? A closed door security discussion with school and agency staff and elected officials to walk through the school and the issues so that they can get resolved on a timeline. Everybody knows what they are. And then written confirmation, say to the elected officials, to assure that they're done and we have transparency on it. Some of us on the board and in the community have discussed the need for some kind of a community board for DCPS that could create greater responsiveness, transparency, and accountability. Here's why and what I mean. Outside of DC, in most school districts in the country, all but about 18, there are school boards. Stakeholders can bring their concerns about facilities and other issues to regular public school board meetings where they can address school officials and fellow residents and stakeholders about their concerns. That kind of transparency creates an accountable back and forth where information gets shared across agencies and stakeholders, and it helps. No one wants to get called out like that, so often things get fixed. We have nothing like that, but we could, even with mayoral control, you could have a small board just for DCPS, could even include some mayoral appointees, maybe ideally with a mix of electeds who could hold regular meetings with DCPS leaders. It would be a place where these kinds of issues, as well as other issues, could get raised, and board members would have some authority to get the problems addressed. Other cities with mayoral control have these kinds of boards, typically with mayoral appointees. To my knowledge, we are the only mayoral controlled district that has no such public board, and we really, really should. One final thing is, because of the way our modernizations were done, one of the reasons they're so beautiful, we got great architects and great firms, and as a result, we have unstandardized stuff. I now have finally come to understand our doors are different, our ceiling tiles are different, everything's different. So we can't have a warehouse with the railings that we need. And maybe going forward, that needs to be addressed. And since you're not stopping me, I'm going to add one other thing, which is this issue of the outside doors locking. That is a requirement, even if it is not always followed for high schools. It is not a requirement at middle schools, and I do hear that as a real need. The end.
I really appreciate it, and I want to thank all three of you for being with us. On some of these recommendations, on the need for standardized stuff, as you say, DGS tells me that they are moving in that direction, which I think is absolutely right. I think they will need support of council members and state board members as they begin to implement that with the school modernization teams. You know, when they sort of want something that is outside of those specs, I think we will have to, because of what we've seen over the years and what we've learned from all of these issues with ordering issues, not being able to keep things in a warehouse somewhere. I think we'll need to work hard to support DGS in that, and it'll help us with these maintenance issues. On the issue of a state board, or a school board, rather, Is this a role that the state board could fill? Do we need a different board or another board? Could SBOE sort of call DGS to hearings or meetings?
Well, that's a possibility. I mean, I think the issue is that what makes these other boards work is that the agencies have to come and that there's some accountability, there's a link between them. There's some accountability. So when, you know, a chancellor or in this case, a DGS person shows up and all these issues come up, it's partly the public outcry that they're hearing and responding to, but it also has to be that their boss feels that outcry, that their boss is saying, hey, you know, you need to do that, or we're the boss, you know, one of those things has to happen. And I think in a lot of places, these mayoral control boards, part of what helps them work is the mayors do feel somehow accountable. And so the people on these boards are able to get action. And we have not, you know, that doesn't exist here.
Yeah. One thing that did happen during the pandemic was Zoom. And for our meetings, we had large participation in our meetings. And I feel that we did affect change, especially in the opening and closing of schools during the pandemic. But as Ruth was saying, we have no power to mandate someone coming and testify to our meetings at all. So that's what Ruth's talking about. Yeah. Because I mean, when you ask DGS to come to this meeting, they can't say no. When we try to ask some public official to come to talk to us, it's an ask, but they don't have to come.
I hear that. I think there would be some value in SBOE inviting DGS to some meetings, and certainly you would have my support in that. I recognize it's short of what you're suggesting, Representative O'Leary and Representative Wattenberg. But as we work through that, I think that may be sort of good as an interim step.
I hope that this meeting today will affect tremendous change in the executive branch. And it should.
I hope so as well. What I think the challenges, I mean, there are issues. The question is whether the issues are management issues, budget issues, or systems issues, or what combination of those. And I think DGS has to do some real soul searching to understand how you right this ship. I think it's not going to be perfect, but we have to do much better than we're doing, and it is within our budget and capabilities. And we've got to step up to that challenge.
Because it is an emergency.
There's no doubt about that. Let me just say, Representative Gasoy, jump in. You're sort of multitasking, so jump in.
Yeah, I'm trying to be safe here, but I guess in response to your question, you know, I was trying to think about what my recommendations were, and what I kept bumping up against is that there is no one thing that we can do that will solve this, and I know you know that. And so I think, like, I'm wary of creating another oversight board, or I think what I'm hoping from this hearing is that the testimony from public witnesses and the auditor's report and testimony, and combined with the DGS director's testimony or responses to all of that, will help to elucidate some of what is the problem. Because I assume the best, honestly. I don't assume that they want to leave our schools in the state that they're in. And so I think we really need to identify where the weakest links are in this process and prioritize how to address them. And one thing I did mention in my testimony, I forgot to say that I didn't hear it come up, is communication. And when I heard from several of my schools that like they would put in a work order because the sound system in their cafeteria is broken. And then DGS would come and do some work in the gym. And I pressed them and I was like, how is that even possible? Like, what were they working on? And what became clear is that often DGS comes out in the evening, which makes sense, so they don't disrupt the school day. But what that means is that there's no direct communication with staff, which is problematic. And that's like a process issue that seems like, it's just a matter of putting heads together and figuring out how to manage that. Whereas, I don't know, some of them seem like they're more like, the budget issue maybe is much more difficult to solve. So I'm just going to leave it there, but I don't know if putting any, one body over or creating more accountability is really the answer. I think more identifying the problem and creating supports and systems that help this work is probably more effective.
I appreciate that. I mean, I think oversight is necessary, but oversight cannot replace the functioning of an agency. There's just no way. And so at the end of the day, the agency has to really make adjustments. Yes, Representative Wapner.
Just two quick things. One on the oversight, both in response to you and also what Emily was saying. I think the difference between the board that we're talking about and possibly this role could be the state board. Some people have talked about it as a different local board, but the part of what's different about it is it's different from what the council is as well. It's not just about the accountability. It's partly about the accountability. It's also about the responsiveness. It's about the communication. And what it means is there's a regular place every month where everybody in the community knows they can go, they can raise it. It's all in one place. All the stakeholders are there. So I say this is happening at Jackson Reed and somebody else can say, oh, and it's happening at Roosevelt. It does. I feel like part of what happens under this system is it takes literally years for enough incidents to sort of pass through our different committees and hearings for it to suddenly be understood until it reaches some threshold. And I think that's part of what having it in one place is. And I do think the regularity and the public calling out and there needs to be some sort of authority, and it's on any issue. I mean, the council is great when it comes to whatever issue it's talking about, but there's a bunch of other issues that are sort of building. The high school graduation issue is building for a while. There's no place for people to bring it. So it was all sort of undercurrent. So that's it's a broader thing, but I want to say the one other thing I want to raise is, I had not realized before this hearing the extent to which the security issues are in so many different places in terms of the intercoms, so one possibility, because I really think this is a huge problem just waiting to be a total tragedy, is to have sort of a security unit somehow that has sort of the right staff from each of those places that can then be deployed to a school, to really do everything that needs to be done and to be a checkpoint where people can call, because just the number of things that aren't right, and that's something that people don't want to call out on Twitter. So it really lives in a very isolated space, and I'm worried about it.
Yeah, same here. I have become more acutely aware this school year of the security issues and how widespread they are, from intercoms to locks, security cameras. And I don't address those in public meetings. I do address those with DGS and people raise them with me. Let me ask for one more recommendation that you gave, which was doing an earlier blitz. I think there's too much for DGS to do or do well in the sort of narrow window where we do the summer blitz, but schools are active and populated outside of that time. So when do you have thoughts on when an earlier blitz might happen?
So my understanding, and this may not be right, is that the blitz itself really isn't until late in the summer. It really is late July, August, not June, not early July, and that I don't even know what it means there to have a blitz. Is it extra staff, or I'm not sure, but that's my understanding, is that it doesn't even start in this really intense mode until later in the summer.
Yeah. I'm trying to remember. I'm a parent. I should remember this. I can't remember when they get out. It feels late to me. I'm looking at June. No, I don't remember. Late
I
June.
think that in the situation we're in right now is that there needs to be a mini blitz over the Christmas holiday. Because this immediate thing that I talked about last night at Roosevelt, there's a big game at Roosevelt tomorrow night. Roosevelt plays Coolidge tomorrow night at Roosevelt. And if those lights aren't fixed, then it's going to be a bigger headache. So that should be something addressed, I hope, with DGS today, because the lights needs to be working tomorrow. But the thing about it is something that comes up in the blitz in the summertime, if you do it halfway through the school year, then, there's another problem that's come up, and then also something's been solved by them too. So they don't have to look at it. I mean, that's not how you would run your house. If you got a problem, you call somebody. And so it might be a mini blitz over the holiday.
I will ask DGS about that, why, whether they do that, and if not, why not. Roosevelt, Coolidge, it's a basketball game
tomorrow night
at Roosevelt.
At Roosevelt, 3 games, and they had to stop the game last night halfway through the girls' game because the lights started flashing.
All right, we'll ask DGS about it.
And that's been a work order that's been in for months.
If you would, if you, all right, I'm asking DGS to pull up that work order so we can figure out what's happening with it when they come up. And I want to bring DGS up so we can start working through some of these things with them. Anything else that you want to include for the record?
I don't have time for that.
Thank you very much.
No, we really appreciate it. Thank you so much for having this here.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Thank you. I wish we didn't have to have it, but we're going to keep working through these issues. So thank you all very much for joining us, our state board members from wards 1, 3, and 4. We will now move to our government witness, Director Keith Anderson of the Department of General Services. Director, is there anybody else from your team that we need to promote?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, Danielle Metters, Donnie Gonzalez, Matt Floka, and Jerome Jemison.
And as the DGS team gets promoted, I'd ask you to turn on your cameras, at least for now, so that I can swear you in. Director, if you would let me know when you see everyone.
Looks like they're coming on slowly but surely, Mr. Chairman. I think the team's all on, Mr. Chairman.
All right, Matt, there we are. Well, okay. I'd ask that you all, well, first of all, welcome. I appreciate you joining us. And I would ask that you all raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm under penalty of perjury that the testimony you are about to provide to the Committee on Government Operations and Facilities is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you all very much. Director, you can begin your testimony.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And Chairman, good afternoon, Chairman White, council members, and staff of the Committee on Facilities and Procurement. I am Keith Anderson, Director of the Department of General Services. Joining me today are Daniel Metters, Deputy Chief Operating Officer, Donnie Gonzalez, Deputy Director for Facilities Management, Matt Floka, Associate Director of Sustainability and Energy, and Jerome Jemison, Supervisory Management Analyst for the first team. I'm here to present testimony regarding the agency's management of work orders. The Department of General Services appreciates the feedback presented in the report regarding work order management issued on November 28th, 2022 by the Office of the DC Auditor. We agree with the 7 recommendations outlined and are here today to share some of the improvements DGS has made in reference to the recommendations outlined in the report. The agency fully participated in the audit process, including assigning key staff from Facilities Management Division, General Counsel, and Office of the Director to help facilitate the process as quickly as possible. During my first annual performance oversight hearing as Director of DGS, I committed to making sure the agency is accountable, improving accuracy, and promoting transparency. While the agency has since followed through on this commitment in several ways, improving the way we handle work order data has been top priority for me. In line with this goal, in fiscal year 2022, we launched the Public Work Order Data Dashboard for DCPS, and the plan is to expand it for all Department of Park and Recreation sites in fiscal year 2024. This ensures DGS is compliant with the GovSmart Dashboard Transparency Act of 2022. DGS relies heavily on our partnership with our client agencies to report and prioritize all facilities-related maintenance requests. Work that has been prioritized will be assessed, scheduled, and completed as soon as possible, contingent upon resources, manpower, and weather. To speak to some of the observations in the report, more specifically, total costs captured in computerized maintenance management systems, the $311.3 million that is referenced in the report represents gross funds over a 2-year time period between 2020 and fiscal year 2021. It is important to note that the Facilities Maintenance Division budget does not just fund work orders. Rather, it funds a number of important contracts and items like personnel costs, consolidated maintenance contracts, HVAC preventive maintenance program, cleaning, lead in our water filtration, mowing, field maintenance, environmental services, and COVID relief funding as well. Of this $311.3 million, over $80 million is for personnel costs, 53.8 for CMCs, 29.5 in COVID relief funding, 20.7 of HVAC, 16.5 million for janitorial and cleaning, 9.7 million for mowing the city's grass, 8.5 million for lead filtration, and 7.3 million for environmental services. In many cases, these funds would have been used to help abate, remediate, or prevent work orders. For example, a CMC is responsible for work orders at their respective facilities. Work orders that are addressed by a CMC are funded via their fixed price contract, not through set aside work order funding. As such, DGS does not currently disaggregate funding spent on work orders that were funded through a fixed price contract like a CMC. In fiscal year 2022, DGS executed a comprehensive survey of critical HVAC assets across the DCPS portfolio, resulting in a catalog of roughly 24,000 pieces of HVAC infrastructure. Furthermore, in fiscal 2023, DGS will complete a survey of HVAC assets for additional client agencies like DPR and MPD, or the Metropolitan Police Department. This asset information serves as a foundation of our scheduled HVAC maintenance program. Currently, 10 CBE mechanical contractors support DGS with inspection, testing, and maintenance of HVAC equipment across DCPS. In addition to completing scheduled maintenance activities like filter changes, between March and June, and that the teams proactively have identified and corrected roughly $1.1 million worth of HVAC defects. Similarly, between June and September of 2022, approximately $2.5 million of proactive repairs were completed, in addition to closing 90 work orders for the DCPS asset class. In fiscal year 2023, DGS will finalize the development of maintenance module within its work order platform. This module will schedule and track proactive maintenance activities for all critical HVAC assets currently cataloged. Pursuing this strategy will position DGS to replace systems that have reached the end of their useful life rather than implement costly temporary fixes. Furthermore, a focus on preventive maintenance will help ensure issues do not become work orders in the future and helps the maximization of equipment useful lifespans. During fiscal year 2022, DGS completed 28,562 total district-wide work orders, an increase from 23,195 completed work orders in fiscal year 2021, which is a 19% increase. For DCPS work orders, during fiscal year 2022, DGS completed 13,663 work orders, an increase from 9,358 completed work orders in fiscal year 21, which is a 32% increase. We understand the data accuracy improves the decision-making process. It informs our regular maintenance, preventive maintenance, and capital project decisions. In alignment with the auditor's recommendation, in 2019, DGS assessed its organization and internal processes and restructured several key components of its management and administrative process. DGS implemented the first team. First, formerly work order management was realigned with the office of the director. The core functions of this group is work order process efficiency. The formulation of this team has resulted in the agency achieving data management, transparency, and reporting, improved client agency communications with respect to work orders, reduction of unnecessary steps in the work order lifecycle, such as duplicative problem types, and aligning the work order business process with the agency performance plan. 2, building manager reorganization. We recognize the need for additional touch points with our client agencies. To increase the lines of communication, the Facilities Management Division aligned its building management unit by zone to increase its management coverage of all facilities. Managers are now assigned to one of 10 zones that include a mix of municipal, public safety, human service, DPR, and DCPS campuses. These modifications have given DGS better visibility into facilities and has increased capacity to assess and inform work orders, simplify work order processes, and assist with QA/QC. Moving to inventory management, in 2018, DGS researched and piloted an electronic inventory management system. A new inventory management system is being developed specifically for the agency and client agency's use case and will be deployed in mid-2023. Data collected will help improve agency management of the portfolio, increase our ability to track and report on future changes of the inventory, allow us to identify facilities more efficiently for use of our client agencies, and better support holistic preventive maintenance efforts. In conclusion, DGS will continue to move forward in accomplishing our facilities maintenance strategic approach. To help us meet these objectives, we are actively hiring all trades. We look forward to continuing to work on enhancements to our protocols and providing district students, residents, families with safe and comfortable environments. We appreciate the opportunity to share what is occurring at the agency and plans for continuous improvement, and look forward to continuing our collaboration and partnership with the committee. This concludes my testimony, Mr. Chairman. I'm happy to answer any questions that you or the committee may have.
Thank you very much, Director. Roosevelt Gymnasium lights. Is there any way to fix this ahead of the Coolidge game tomorrow?
Yeah, when I was listening to the testimony from the Roosevelt State, I believe PTO, I texted the team. I understand it's a control issue. Jerome, do you have an update on that?
We have,
I'm sorry.
We have work order 714301, and we dispatched to look at that light tonight. Our goal is to get it completed ahead of the game. If it's possible, we'll get it done.
Thank you.
Obviously, I think all of our testimony was about schools, but that is not the entire portfolio for DGS, nor was that the entire scope of the auditor report. One of the things that struck me and concerned me is that 5 of the 20 buildings with the highest number of work orders are the family shelters that are only a few years old. The other buildings on there are mostly decades old. So I'm concerned that a quarter of the 20 buildings with the highest number of work orders are pretty brand new. What's the problem there? Are these constructed inadequately?
I would not say they are constructed adequately. Donnie, can you talk to the maintenance plan at the shelters?
Yeah, I would say that looking at the work order specifically isn't always the best indication of the condition, the overall condition of a building, particularly with short-term family housing. We have CMCs there that provide a tremendous amount of, it's a consolidated management company, so wrap around maintenance services. And when we have on-site staff, they're often proactively putting in work orders themselves. And because they have more of a preventive maintenance service, a lot of their PM services get captured in the work order management system. So that's not always an indication of the condition of the building.
I hear you, but of all the buildings in DGS's portfolio, and it's a lot, I can't remember the number. I'm not going to put you on the spot.
There's 685 buildings in DGS's portfolio. 117 are DCPS assets. It starts to get blurry from there in terms of how many. I believe 72 in DPR and so on.
Thank you for that, Director. So to have 5 of them with the number of work orders, I get that it doesn't necessarily speak to the condition of the building, but that's a lot of work orders for brand new buildings. Do you have?
What I will say is our shelters and facilities of that nature do get a tremendous amount of use, unfortunately, and we're talking about 24-hour use. And so when you have that much use, we're going to see an increased amount of work orders. One area that I know we see a lot of work orders in our shelters are in the elevators. A lot of those buttons get broken and things of that nature. So that's a very high use facility that's open 24/7. And so we'll see more instances of work orders in that building as opposed to maybe a government office that is only open from 9 to 5, not assuming employees only work from 9 to 5, but 5 days a week, weekends off, mostly nights are empty, the building's empty. So when you combine programmatic and a residential campus, you will see more work orders.
Okay.
Not to say that they shouldn't be addressed quickly or things of that nature, but because of the use and the programmatic activity going on in that building, you will see more.
I appreciate that. This is relevant to security, not specifically relevant to the auditor report, but the council recently passed emergency legislation allowing DGS to withhold certain safety sensitive data from the new public facing dashboard of school work orders. It gives DGS 10 days to determine whether work orders are safety sensitive and requires you to post the work orders that are not safety sensitive. For the work orders that are safety sensitive, If they sit open for 45 days or more, you're required to report them to the council. I was okay with the 45 days as a temporary compromise, but I would still love to understand why you feel it's important to wait 45 days before sharing the aging, safety, security sensitive data with the council.
Good afternoon, Chairman White. It's DGS's understanding that we will do a 10-day hold period to review safety sensitive work orders. But it's our understanding that there's not a 45-day waiting period required to produce that report for council. Our understanding is that we will produce a report to council based on your request of any work orders that have aged beyond the 45-day period. And we're prepared to produce that report if request one.
Let me make sure we're on the same page. So DGS has 10 days to determine whether work orders are safety sensitive. But then if they're safety sensitive, you get another 45 days before you're required to report it to the council. Are you saying that all work orders have that 45-day period?
Sir, for the safety sensitive work orders, our understanding is that for work orders that are safety sensitive, it must remain redacted from our public safety dashboard. We can produce that report for council right away, but the request was to produce a report of work orders that were older than 45 days, meaning they have aged beyond the 45-day period. That's our understanding of the request.
Oh, so there's no active request here. Well, my understanding of the legislation is that DGS is required to report. The council doesn't have to request it, but DGS is required to report safety sensitive data from work orders, safety sensitive work orders, if they sit open for more than 45 days.
Mr. Chairman, let us confirm that, but nonetheless, we are prepared to provide council with those reports. And we'll also continue to look forward to meeting with council on a bi-weekly or bi-monthly cadence to discuss issues like the safety sensitive issues. But I am, based on our last meeting about security and safety and security, we are confident that we are in a good place to ensure the safety of our students. And we shared the work order information with the council during that meeting.
Okay, just as you and your team are reviewing this, let me just clarify what I'm asking here. To me, 45 days is a long time to let the council know, hey, there's a safety sensitive work order that's open. It's not on the dashboard. That's the reason it has to be reported to the council. I'd like that timeline to be shorter. So we'll follow up on that.
And I'm happy to work with the committee on that, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Back to the auditor's report. The auditor noted that 68% of work orders they sampled did not have estimated completion dates. Why do so many work orders not have estimated completion dates? This is, I think, important for communication to schools. So why such a substantial portion doesn't have those?
Jerome, do you want to talk about the first team and how we triage the work orders and some things of that nature
So when yes, Director. So when work orders come through the system, we do, look at work orders. We approve, prioritize those work orders for the operations team. Based on the number of work orders in the system, DGS does have the opportunity to plan and schedule work orders that have been prioritized by our client agencies. So not every work order in the system will have an estimated completion date. Estimated completion dates can only be applied to work orders that have actually been assessed for available resources to complete those.
Who does the assessment of available resources?
That's going to be our operations team.
DGS operations team?
Yes.
That's correct. That's correct. So once first team triages the work order, it's then assigned to a work team, either in-house trades personnel or contractor. In some cases, if it requires a contractor, it needs to be assessed, procured before an estimated completion date can be achieved and resources identified. And that's not just financial, it can be human resource ability to get to that work order.
And Mr. Chairman, my apologies, Donnie. Mr. Chairman, also did want to point out that, my apologies, I lost my train of thought. I'll come back to that. My apologies.
Well, I'm going to stick here for a minute. But if you put yourself in the shoes of the client agency saying, all right, we submitted this work order, we have no idea if this thing is going to get fixed, if it's going to be fixed in a month, 3 months, never. That's a difficult position to be put in. So why can we not give at least a time range where we don't have something more specific?
And I think that's where we need to do a better job of communications, Mr. Chairman, and that's exactly what I was going to touch on a little earlier. I do also, there was a lot of mention about prioritization of work orders. Also, there was mention about the SLAs and the timing of the SLAs. I also want to discuss that as well. But our work order process, especially the prioritization, is not done in a vacuum. We work very hard with the client agency. In this case, I think we're talking about DCPS on the prioritization of the work orders, the scheduling of the work orders, and so on and so forth. What I think where we're getting a disconnect is we're talking with DCPS headquarters, and maybe that doesn't always trickle down to the staff at the school, which is why we reorganized our building managers to have that additional touch point to ensure that the schools are on the same page with DGS in terms of the prioritization of work orders and when that work order be completed. Now, there are various nuances when it comes to work orders. Not all work orders will complete it because some are turned into projects, some are not funded, and so things of that nature, and the team is elaborating on that. But I think what needs to happen is we work, and I think we meet daily actually with DCPS on the prioritization of work orders, on estimated completion dates. So we need to, move to the next phase, not only in our Salesforce system, which has the alerts, and Jerome, I'll let you talk about that a little more as well, to alert where we are with the ECDs, the completion dates, when a work order is being completed. We need to have a better touch point with the actual schools on that, because sometimes, although we might be on the same step with DCPS headquarters, we may not be on the same step with the principal, and that's where we need to close the gap, Mr. Chairman.
I appreciate it. I agree that we've got to close that gap. I don't know what the audit sample was. I can't remember, but 68% of the work orders they sampled didn't have estimated completion dates. We've got to do a better job there. So let's think about how we fill that gap because we can't leave folks hanging like that.
And you're absolutely. I'm sorry, Donnie. Go ahead.
Thank you, Director. I just wanted to add that it's important not to put an arbitrary date on a completion date. It's very important to gather the pertinent information that we need. From each work order is a little bit different, and it requires the time and attention and the data. We have to be able to capture all of that data in order to really inform what an SLA should be. And so we do a lot of work, and I'm proud of the work that we do. 28,000 work orders completed by not just in-house staff, but contractors. But when it comes to setting expectations and developing SLAs, it has to be done based on real information. And we've moved in the direction of capturing more data as the director has testified.
All right. I appreciate it. I'm going to hand over to my colleague as I do that. Let me say one thing. There's a lot of great work DGS is doing. I recognize that. One of the frustrating things about hearings is that that's not what we focus on. We focus on the things that need improvement. And so, yeah, DGS is closing a lot of work orders. I hope people recognize that. If you look at the chart, the number of work orders coming in, the number of work orders getting addressed, we are making progress. There are still gaps, so that are important to close. Let me turn it to my colleague, Janice Lewis-George.
Thank you. Good evening, Dr. Anderson, Donnie, and the the whole DGS team. I want to start with understanding some of the time delays for certain work orders. And so I know high priority work orders are supposed to be completed in less than 10 days. But based on the auditor, in reality, they're taking over 5 times that on average. I think they noted 62% of high priority work orders weren't completed on time. So I want to go through some of the high priority ones, and then I'll go to some of the routine ones. High priority wise, lock and door issues were completed on average after 35 days. And that's supposed to be a 10-day completion because they're high priority. If I'm correct, you can correct me. And then, so I want to understand why lock and door issues are taking on average over 35 days.
Thank you very much, Council Member. I think it's important to start by saying that the SLAs have been a DGS set guidepost, and it's something that many of us have inherited. It wasn't based on the data that we have available to us today.
Okay.
The cost, all the amount of money that it takes to properly maintain a building is based on its assets, based on critical information that we're collecting now. So I think it's, in the end, we're going to be able to better inform what the SLA should be, and we'll find some adjustments to that SLA.
So
to piggyback on,
I appreciate that, because I think, so you all are thinking about changing some of the SLA, so high priority work orders, to sort of meet what you're actually seeing in the field, which I can understand that. What are, for some of them, I really want to unpack if it's a contractor issue, is it a funding budget issue, is it a sourcing issue? For some of these, I want to unpack so we can sort of find ways to shorten them, even if you're going to sort of change that basis. So that's why for the lock and door issues, I just wanted to get a sense of why right now they're taking on average over 35 days.
And I think there are some things to unpack there, right? There are door lock issues that are more critical than others. If it's an exterior latch door where folks can gain access, that typically takes an emergency response, or requires an emergency response by DGS. But then there are other issues around the technology around doors. As we move into a more technologically advanced system, RS2 certified doors, we can have remote access, key card access, our ability to respond to those, looking at the types of equipment that goes into buildings. All these play a part to our response time. And if it's an interior door, there's a lot to unpack there, and we're pushing to shorten the time that it takes to reduce or to abate those types of work.
And I think, reducing the times on SLAs is a multi-pronged approach. And I think one of those approaches was discussed by several folks that testified before us today, and that is the standardization of specs within our buildings. I tell my team all the time, if we went back 30 years ago, some of us would remember this, coolers looked like Anacostia looked like Eastern looked like Duke Ellington, and so on and so on and so forth. These schools had the same specifications, which allowed the maintenance teams to build out a true and tried warehouse and understand that they're essentially working on the same system in each school. We've gotten away from that over the years, but we're getting back to standardizing our specifications when it comes to mechanical systems, when it comes to lighting, so that we can have a better preventive maintenance program there, when it comes to our doors and locks. So, we don't have to figure out which 100 different locks are we dealing with at this particular site. We're just getting back to standardizing those specifications, which on the back end will help us from a facility standpoint respond quicker, because it's either going to be lock A or B, and it's in the warehouse. And so that's one approach. And then once we have those specifications in place, we are building out preventive maintenance program.
Right. I know about the preventive
Yeah.
maintenance part, and I think that is good. And your response to that was really great. Only reason I'm trying to unpack some of them is because I think you're right. The solution, I think you've identified the solution, which is if we have a system and all of them are the same, then we won't spend more time. So it sounds like, and I want to make sure I'm hearing you right. So some of the lock and door issues are that many of our schools are not standardized. So, and the approach to fixing the lock and door issues means that sometimes you're looking at different materials, different parts, and then also some are more urgent than others. So your emergency response team, you would need more people to be able to respond to that as well. Am I identifying right, sort of why on average those are where they are?
I think so, yes, I think so. Yeah, I think so, because in certain schools we'll have different locks in the same building.
Right. Okay.
And so standardizing those specifications helps us tremendously.
Okay, perfect. Electronic security issues, right? This one was concerning because my thing is like, let's all move all of our schools to these electronic securities. Let's have these key cards similar to Ida Wells, one of our newer schools, Coolidge, right? But then the electronic security issues, it looks like took on average 172 days to complete, which is almost a full year. So I was like, what is the issue with the electronic security issues? Because now I'm a little worried about moving to electronic if it's going to take 172 days. What's the issue there?
Most of those electronic issues would get addressed during our blitz efforts, either during our winter blitz or summer blitz efforts. When we install new equipment in our buildings, it's important to also know, what will it cost to maintain these, and what type of issues may pop up throughout the year, and what resources can we provide or apply to it to be able to shorten the response time. And so this is relatively new equipment, and we've seen this in other cases where we try new things and then we sort of catch up on the maintenance or repair aspect. So as we have expanded on RS2 systems throughout our portfolio, and we're doing it with DPR, we're also developing our maintenance plan to be able to quickly address these issues. We want to move away from the seasonal blitz effort to a more hand-in-hand approach throughout the year, more consistent approach in reducing the work orders here.
So to understand this one, the reason why electronic security issues are on average 172 right now is because we're only addressing them once a year during the blitz.
So it's not once a year. We do have emergencies in between there, and some get addressed sooner than others.
And is it because you have to call out a contractor for those? We don't have in-house contracts?
That's correct.
Okay.
It's proprietary software that we have to call a contractor, and there's certain certifications that are needed. So we work very closely with DCPS security or whatever the client agency is to ensure that we get the contractor on board. And a lot of times those systems have to be reprogrammed or something of that nature. Or when, there's key card access issues, a lot of that has to go through the vendor. So we have to work with them in order to get that done.
Okay. Do we use like the same vendors across the board, or we have different vendors for each school?
Depends on the issue, but we in a case like this, we would use citywide contractors, more than one at a time.
Okay. Two more. Roof issues are taking 169 days. What's the deal with roof issues? Why are those taking on average 169 days?
I will let Jerome and Donnie unpack this a little more, but roofing issues normally become projects. In many cases, we have to get those funded in order to address the roof. In most cases, roofing leaks become projects, especially on our older assets. So unfortunately, we try to remediate the current leak, and sometimes we have to come back several times to do that. But in most cases, it turns into a project that has to be funded, and then we're able to address the entire roof.
Okay. And then last one is fire alarms. Those are taking 133 days. Is that you all, or is I guess it is, or is Fire EMS come out? Because those are taking 133 days.
Jerome or Don, you want to speak to the fire life and safety? I know they're expected every year. We will not get a CFO unless those systems are operable. Some of those work orders are not actually emergencies, but Donnie or Jerome, can you speak to those?
Absolutely. That's right, Director. Through the inspection process, we'll often find repairs that aren't a direct fire life safety emergency issue, but it is part of the fire life system, the fire system. And so those are often addressed as well during blitz efforts when we procure those as essentially special projects.
Okay. I appreciate that. So it sounds like solutions wise, you're working on standardized specs to.
That's a big one.
A big one that's coming up.
And that'll include, and Councilman, that will include standardized our mechanical systems. And I think as the auditors reported earlier, there'll be some vendors we're not going to work with, given our experience over the last 5 to 10 years that we know we're not putting this product in our assets. We're just not. And so part of that standardization and specification will outline that as well, what we will and will not use. So I'm sorry, not to cut you off.
And then electronic wise, we're going to not wait for the blitz for the electronic. We're going to try to get vendors who can come out during the year.
That is correct. As a matter of fact, as Donnie was alluding to, which we want to move away from the blitz. We want to address things as they come up. And part of that is standardizing the specs and put in the right preventive maintenance programs for things within our asset inventory. And we've seen the success of that with the HVAC program. But yes, that is correct, Councilman.
Okay. I know my time is over. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Councilmember Lewis George. So on the blitz, I didn't hear Councilmember Lewis George raise this. I don't think she did. For the foreseeable future, blitzes are going to happen. Representative Wattenberg sort of asked why we don't do blitzes at other times during the year. Representative O'Leary suggested maybe winter. Can we do blitzes in other times of the year?
We actually in fiscal year 22 started doing a blitz in the winter, spring, and summer, given the amount of resources that we have available. So we're actually preparing to do that over the winter break in DCPS schools, because obviously we can't be too intrusive during certain times of the year. Another reason work orders may age because some work is intrusive and we did not want to disrupt programming. And so we are going to do what we'll call a mini blitz over the winter. We'll also do some work over spring break and obviously the summer. And we actually last fiscal year in 2022 got the summer blitz started. Donnie, was that June?
It was in May.
It was in May. My apologies. We started in May, I think, on the weekends.
For which school year did you start in May?
This was last year, and we plan to continue that.
And when does the winter blitz start?
We're actually in the procurement process of that right now, Mr. Chairman, and we expect it to start in December, and we typically go through January and February. This process involves working closely with our client agency on prioritizing work orders and a competitive process to award the work to contractors. But it also involves in-house teams that work over the holiday break to address work orders.
Mr. Chairman, the blitz will start the Saturday after school lets out for the winter break.
Thank you. According to the auditor's report, 62% of high priority work order requests in 2020 and 2021 were not resolved within the required 10-day period. The report included a recommendation that DGS implement a reporting function in Salesforce showing how many work orders have exceeded the time limit. Does that mean you don't currently have the built-in metric or reporting function? Like, do you know how many work orders have passed the required time period?
Afternoon, council member. Currently, right now, yes, we do. First team has a dashboard that we call the first team current state dashboard. And it highlights the number of work orders that exist outside of our stated SLA right now, which is about 55 days. We also produce an automated report out of that system that goes out to operations teams. So they have awareness of how many work orders exist outside of that time period. And we do have some constructive discussion each day in our morning scrum around some of those priority work orders and which ones we need to attack.
So you track the number of outstanding work orders daily?
That's correct.
And in order to address overdue work orders, is that usually waiting for DCPS to indicate which ones they want to prioritize, or are most of those decisions within DGS's sort of purview to prioritize and fix?
So again, we work very closely with our client agencies to prioritize which work orders get completed first. And then there are a group of work orders that really don't require any additional engagement from our client agencies. If there are high priority plumbing, electrical, HVAC work orders, we dispatch on those as quickly as possible. When we start to move outside of some of those priority buckets and those priority problem types, we do engage our clients about which work orders should be completed first based on available resources.
All right. So similar question to before, but just slightly different. Does DGS track its overall rates of compliance with the timelines for work orders? Does it say the percentage of work orders that are overdue for being addressed? Do you track your compliance with that? So you know if you're getting better.
Yeah, we'll know if we're out of compliance, and we can see how many we've done in a certain time.
Yes,
we can pull that information. Meaning, in this quarter we were maybe out of compliance. However, in this quarter we were within.
So that's currently a part of the agency's performance plan. More specifically for the facilities maintenance division, we do track how many work orders fall outside of those guidelines on an annual basis right now. But more specifically to the operating role of DGS, we track it on a daily, and we try to close that gap as much as possible.
Like we know we address our emergencies pretty quickly, and we're more on time with our emergency SLAs than we are with our routine and high priority. So we're able to track each category.
And do you use that to examine your performance, or sort of your to examine sort of whether your systems are working? So do you look by quarter, by month to say, all right, clearly our systems are getting better, or no, our systems are not getting better, we need to go back and like fix something? Or do you just have a general understanding, like, all right, we have this percentage of work orders that are overdue this quarter, and more next quarter, and
I would say yes, Mr. Chairman, because this information that we've been gathering over the last 2 years, and we've been doing a really good job since, incorporating Salesforce. We'll continue to learn more. We'll continue to, I'll say, open up different channels of Salesforce for our clients. But it has helped us make informed decisions that we've made in terms of how we operate. The information that we've gleaned from, the data we have about the work order management system is what led us to the decision of implementing DCPS's first preventive maintenance plan for HVAC. And we had the data to prove where we were weak, where we needed to get stronger, and make the decisions to start up that program. So the data is useful. We're using it to make decisions, and quite frankly, we're using it to better ourselves. And as some of these things are outlined in the audit, we've already we're moving forward with addressing those matters.
Obviously, it was not great to read in the report that of their samples, about a third of the work order records in included dummy images, either a DGS logo or a stock photo from the internet. 12% lacked a before photo, 12% lacked an after photo. That to me sounds like a culture of cutting corners. What do you make of it, Director?
We're going to increase our efforts to training. I know the first team is looking very hard at those, and they've rejected, quite frankly, a fair amount of work orders that didn't have appropriate pictures. Now, there are some instances where you're not going to be able to get an appropriate picture because you may not have access to certain areas within the facility. So there's certain instances where someone may enter in a work order for HVAC, but they don't necessarily have access to the mechanical room, so they can't take a picture of the actual unit. So they'll put in a picture of the school. So so there's some instances where that happens, but I think we're going to increase our training efforts and increase our communication with our client agencies about what is the appropriate thing to enter internally at DGS as well as our client agencies, so that we can reduce this from occurring in the future. Jerome or Don, is anything else on that?
No, I wanted to commend you for the fact that you made it a requirement to include pictures in the first place. That was something that came in when you came to the agency. And so while we've made it a requirement for every work order, there's still areas where we can improve training and ensuring that the right picture is uploaded when a work order is created.
So, I would say I never want to be one to insist on bureaucracy. And so I'm not suggesting that if it is counter to what makes sense, that every work order request has to have a photo, but it needs to be clear what the expectation and what the rules are. And I would say I'm more concerned with not having after photos than I am with before photos. So if a school's having an emergency issue, I don't want to say, well, we're not going to start working on it until you send us a picture of it. But knowing the issues we have with work order closures, it seems like we do want to be more strict on the photos after the fact. And so I think that's something to work through.
I agree, Mr. Chairman, and we'll ensure that we increase our training in and around the work order process to include that photo after the fact. But I can assure you that we won't hold off on a work order just because of a picture, especially if it's an emergency. We dispatch immediately on those emergencies. But the after fact, I think you're absolutely right. We should be shooting for a high percentage of those work orders to have those pictures in place.
As of the end of June of this year, there were over 18,000 work orders from the prior 2 calendar years that were marked completed but not closed, which means a supervisor hadn't confirmed the work was done. So 29% of all the work orders requested in 2020 and 2021 were still waiting for supervisor's review. That to me, I guess suggests either a process breakdown or a staff shortage. What do you make of this, Director?
Jerome.
Mr. Chairman, I think there's a bit of equity in terms of personnel to be able to cover that amount of work orders. But it's important to note that the closeout is the part of the life cycle of the work order where the cost information is captured, not necessarily verification that the work was completed. When a work order is completed, it is marked complete. DCPS has 10 days to verify that work is in fact completed. And so that is part of the QA/QC process to be able to ensure that work was addressed. The cost information is extremely important, and it's an area where we want to improve. And one of the things that we've looked at is perhaps the ability of some additional personnel around work order coordination to ensure that all of the cost is being captured, as well as a inventory system where we can scan the materials being used and automate the capturing of that cost information. Those are all areas that, consistent with the recommendations from the auditor that we actually agree with and are working on addressing.
All right, I'm over my time, so I got to be brief on this. But the issue of client agencies signing off on work is pretty new, I believe, and so I'm not sure that is the crux of the issue with multiple years of work orders that are marked completed but not closed. Yeah, and this also raises a question around what we heard from Vice Principal Wiley about how schools or client agencies know that this work was not done. So if work was done and DGS sends the client agency sort of, please confirm that this work order was taken care of. If it was not done or not done adequately, how would the client agency indicate that?
So the quality QA/QC, we use a lot of acronyms, but the quality assurance and quality check, DCPS again has 10 days. Once a work order is marked completed by a vendor or an in-house employee, DCPS has 10 days to reject that completion for a particular reason. In this case, Mr. Wiley was referencing, at least once he referenced the radiator issue, where we had a busted radiator. We had in-house teams as well as contractors respond to that. They corrected the problem by isolating the radiator and restoring heat to those common areas. Now that's work that was actually done and it was completed. We needed to capture that cost, the resources spent on addressing that emergency problem. Well, then there's a next step, right? The next step is replacing that radiator after we've determined that the issue or the permanent fix here is replacing that radiator. From a client perspective, they may think, the work isn't complete. That radiator isn't working. But when you're behind the veil a bit and looking at our processes, we have to capture that work. That was a cost. Those were resources spent by the agency. And then the next step is actually a 15-week lead time on that radiator because of the age of that system. And we're expecting that radiator to come in at the end of December, where we can finish that permanent repair. But that's the story. It's that entire story that often gets missed. And you may have frustration around, hey, this work order was not completed. These are areas that we have to improve.
And that's where the communication comes in, Mr. Chairman. Like, we should all be able to tell that story and not just hear it just now.
That's right. Councilmember Lewis George, my apologies.
Yeah, no, I agree. I'm going to follow up on that issue because it's weird communication in the sense that, for example, Whittier, I was going to ask you when you were planning to replace the radiator because it didn't get repaired, it got taken out entirely. And so I don't know why we mark something complete if it's not complete, but I think what you're saying is you need to sort of show that work has been done. So maybe we can just say work in progress, because when you mark it complete, people literally lose their minds. Like, it's not complete. We don't even have a new radiator. When maybe just say work in progress, some work done, something that better encapsulate it besides complete, which makes people think nothing else is going to happen further. Same thing, going back to Whittier for a second. We got an update from DGS staff about some of the several work orders at Whittier that were also marked complete when the work wasn't done. And so it's just for all of them, even why don't we just wait to do, why don't we wait to do a permanent fix before marking the work as done? Like, it's not really done if the patch, if it breaks down a few weeks down the line.
Well, in this case, there are multiple responses here. You have the employee, the DGS employee that responded to the issue, left our headquarters and arrived on site to assess the problem. You have the contractor that came in to isolate and remove that radiator. And then you have another contractor that is actually going to manufacture that radiator from scratch and bring it on site. Each aspect is important to capture and close out that work. So what we've developed is a related work order process where, you know, the work order is completed and we create a related ticket that can point to what the next steps are. And there are ways to sort of navigate that through our work order management system. We'll reach out to the first team or operational managers. But we also recognize that sometimes those things can get kind of lost in translation. So that's why we moved our building managers to cover schools. This is schools and recreation centers were not covered by building managers until we began to look at how to improve our communication. And so you should ideally be able to reach out to your building manager and get that context that you're looking for.
So if you do a related work order, who has access to it? Who has access to the related work order?
All parties do.
So like somebody at Whittier should have seen then that you all are gonna, what I'm hearing is gonna replacing the radiator Whittier in
End of December.
End of December. And a related work order should have been created. And then does the school see that related work order?
So yes, they ideally would. You know, moment of honesty here, right? There was a related work order 728967 that was created today. Okay, and this is because, and this was also alluded to in the report. Work being done on our preventative maintenance side is still being integrated with our work order management system. So that handoff to the PM contractor, a work order was not created. This is something we noticed as we were listening to the witnesses. We created it. It's a related ticket. DCPS should be able to see that right now in the system. And I just provided the work order and with a note of when it'll be addressed. But the work started during that time. It was a 15-week lead time. And so it's expected to be here at the end of the month.
Great. And what are we doing about the boilers at Whittier? Do they need to be replaced, or are you all doing preventative maintenance on the boilers at Whittier? This is the one that continues to just come up.
Matt, do you want to talk about the preventative maintenance program that we set up, and Donnie can talk about how the contractors are addressing?
Sure, definitely. So the preventative maintenance program does include boiler inspections, boiler PM. Sometimes it's a mixture of our in-house staff doing it or contractors doing maintenance on the boilers. But my understanding at this point right now, the boilers at Whittier don't have any issues. They fire, they run well, but there could be some local control issues that might impact irregularities in heating of the spaces. But the boilers are functional and not an issue. But
the issue is the contractor is telling the school directly, oh, this is going to happen again. We're just putting in this is going to happen again. I mean, you heard the testimony today, but we've heard it before, is that they're like, oh, I'm doing this temporary fix, but 100% this is going to break again. And when that's the case, can we just get a new? Yeah.
You know, this goes back to, to training and communication, right? That information could have been communicated in a different way. The issue here is not the boiler. This is a old school radiator style. You usually see these kind of boiler heating systems in residential properties. I mean, it's almost 30 years old, but it's based on pressure. This steam and pressure throughout the pipes, it will sometimes cause a steam leak or a burst. It is not uncommon for this to happen. It's not necessarily an issue with the boiler, but it's the age and the piping system. So this is something that would obviously get addressed during the modernization effort. And I will say that the boiler system provides heat to common areas only in this case. We have different heat pump systems addressing the classrooms at Whittier.
And I will, the one thing that you're getting at is correct. We need to develop a better way to get information from the multitude of contractors that we have out performing all of these services. Like, okay, you have radiators in your common spaces. They're all the same age. We're seeing this as an issue. Let's look at replacing all of those wholesale. We are developing a module within Salesforce where the contractors that are doing the preventative maintenance can escalate those issues through the platform and raise an asset service request to do more based on what they're seeing in the PM process.
Okay. I had two questions I wanted to know. Is it up to the client agency to prioritize work orders, or is that a DGS responsibility? Like, who decides what's high priority or routine? And is there another level of prioritization that we're not talking about?
Jerome?
Yeah, right now, again, we do work with the client agencies to prioritize their work orders. I think we talked about it a little bit earlier.
So the client agencies are responsible, are the ones who do it.
That's correct.
Okay. And then who from DCPS, because DCPS is abroad.
I think except in the case of emergencies.
Okay. Except in case of emergencies. Okay.
There are certain work orders where it doesn't require DCPS to prioritize them for us. We will respond to a plumbing work order as quickly as possible. We will respond to an HVAC work order as quickly as possible, electrical outages, things of that nature.
Okay. And then who exactly from DCPS gets 10 days to check if a work order is complete? Is that a school level official, a central office official? And then can a work order still be closed out if no one from DCPS says the work is done?
So DCPS makes the determination about who actually has the ability to do the QA/QC check in the system. And to answer your second question, no, the work order cannot be closed out during that QA/QC grace period. DGS does not have the ability to close that work order for that 10 to 14 day period. After that, our permissions are reinstated and we can close that work order out if we feel the need to.
Okay. And then, so you're saying DCPS decides by school who gets to do that?
That's correct. They have cluster leads, DSLs and MSLs assigned to each of those schools, and they determine who in that process has the ability to actually do the QA/QC check. That is not on DGS's plate. That's on DCPS. But the work order, we are locked out of that completion process for 14 days.
Until that 14 days is complete. Okay, so I got to follow with DCPS on who exactly they're assigning to these things. Really quickly, I want to address the continued door and lock issues. We sent you a list from 3 worker schools with known doors that aren't secure. And each of these has had issues open for a long time. I just want to know, and then we got the report saying this is how long doors are taking to get fixed. I want to understand, where are these doors now as far as getting fixed, and sort of where's the urgency, or where's the delay in the lack of urgency?
So I need to research exactly what doors we're talking about, council member. And I don't want to say specifically what schools we're talking about. So if it's okay with you, I'll give back to you with a written response on that level of specificity on those doors that you're inquiring about at the 3 schools.
Okay.
But I can assure you that we work very hard with our client agency to address doors and locks. We do have a plan in place. We do have ECDs in place. And we have shared that at our bi-monthly meeting, but we will certainly circle back with you on those 3 schools.
Okay, and then last question, because I got to hop somewhere else, Chairman White, so if I can have one more question, because I have to leave, and I know you're going to miss me, but you're going to hold it down. Last question, can we talk about vision security? Because vision security seems, I think, to be the security contractor for most of the doors, specifically at some of our schools, and they seem to not be able to be a contractor who can come out and properly fix their doors. So what's the status of getting vision security out to fix these doors? And can somebody share a copy of the contract with Vision, and how many schools have their doors that are battery operated with Visions? vision security is causing problems.
Right. Donnie, do you want to speak to vision?
Yes, Director. Vision is the contractor we use for installations. I say good portion, almost half of the locking mechanisms are vision security at this point. They currently don't have a maintenance contract. They are doing installations. And so what typically happens is one of our lock contractors, when they run into a vision security system, they engage them on that repair. But that often requires a further procurement process or price quotes. And so we do have a number of work orders that we're addressing during this winter reduction effort.
Okay.
And we're capturing all of those lock-related work orders in that work.
Okay, so vision security is going to cause us some more stress, Councilmember Chairman White, because they don't have maintenance. So we can follow up on that piece. And just my ask is if you all could give regular updates to the Whittier staff specifically. I know you heard their testimony and they came out, but some regular meeting updates on where they are with their building that is falling apart. I think that would be really helpful, and I would appreciate if you could.
We'll be happy to do so.
Thank you. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Councilmember Lewis George. The auditor observed that DGS doesn't use Salesforce to plan scheduled maintenance, which obviously can invalidate equipment warranties. In your responses, and you mentioned it in your testimony, you have developed a maintenance module within your work order system. Why did it take so long to close this gap?
So there were, I think, steps in the process to get where we are today. We collect a lot of asset data, and we have for a long time. We recognize the need to get down to a very specific level of asset data, if you will, to what's in every single classroom, and that did take some time for us to collect that across DCPS. The asset data, the types of systems that are in place, and then all of the industry standard best practices that you want to maintenance-wise perform on those pieces, we had to catalog all of that information, and we've taken steps since early last fiscal year to do just that. And now with all of that information in hand, we're building this module where we're collecting and having everything inside Salesforce. And it was a lift, and it was a lot of information, a lot of details that we had to collect, and it just it took time.
But when Ida B. Wells has been open for two, is this their second school year?
Second or third.
Second or third, right? So when Ida B. Wells opened after major modernization, why didn't we have scheduled maintenance for major equipment like HVAC?
So, Mr. Chairman, in FY22 was the first year the mayor made an investment and the council approved it. It was a $14.6 million investment to stand up a true preventive maintenance program for DCPS. And it was based on the information that Matt and his team collected to create that schedule. There was no program before that, Mr. Chairman, but we implemented it for the first time in fiscal year 2022. And we're seeing real results. This in school opening 2021, we had a significant amount of, and we had a long conversation about it, HVAC systems that were failing. There were 47. This fiscal year, 2022, 2023, when we opened, we had 2. And that is solely because of the preventive maintenance program and the efforts that were put into addressing these HVAC systems over the last year. We're looking to expand that now to our DPR assets, to our what I call first responders, meaning fire stations and police stations, as well as our shelters and other facilities, because it's working. And as we continue to expand, we'll use Salesforce as the foundation for these preventive maintenance programs. And then we're going to start moving over to other things within the building, like lighting, like PAs and clocks, building out these preventive maintenance programs because they work. So we look forward to working with you and the council as we move forward to build out these programs. But we are now doing that, and they're showing real results.
I recognize this was a lot of work from you, Matt Flocka, and your team. How do we ensure that this work is meaningful in the sense that it doesn't just create sort of more indicators that something is overdue, as opposed to making sure that we've created a system where things are not just cataloged and letting us know when we have to do preventive maintenance, but that maintenance is actually happening?
I think there are definitely some performance indicators that we can think about. Thermal comfort, right? Reporting on thermal comfort is something that we kind of look at as the holy grail, but I think there are some metrics that we can discuss to ensure that both our work order reductions efforts and our preventative maintenance is resulting in what we want to see. And I think that's something we can discuss, but I think thermal comfort is probably our most important metric to consider.
I'm not sure what thermal comfort is, but what I'm suggesting is all the work you did is going to have been a waste of time if it just results in a lot of badges saying this is overdue, this is overdue, this is overdue. What that work that you built the foundation for has to result in is preventive maintenance actually getting done, not just telling us that preventative maintenance is overdue. And so how do we ensure that it actually gets done?
Well, we're developing the platform that's going to track it to a very detailed level, and it's all going to be within our Salesforce system. So each, whether it's a terminal piece of equipment or a rooftop unit, you'll have the records of what was done to that piece of equipment and when, and recommendations as an output, right? Is this unit was installed in 2010 and has a 20-year lifespan? Are we seeing that? Are we realizing that 20-year lifespan, or are we making the recommendation that no, this needs to be replaced in 15 years? I mean, all of that's hard data that we'll have in Salesforce. And as we keep doing the preventative maintenance on all of these pieces of equipment, we just collect more and more data and have more and more information.
And Mr. Chairman, in addition to that, what we've built in as part of this preventive maintenance program, because again, this is separate from the work order management process, we've implemented project management teams to oversee our contractors to ensure that they're doing the work as prescribed in the maintenance module.
And when does that start? So implementation of this maintenance module, when does that start?
It has started, actually. We started in FY22, and we're continuing with that module, but we're also expanding it to include other asset classes. Again, we want to include first responders and DPR especially.
So if we looked at Ida B. Wells, and we wanted to know the maintenance history and the maintenance schedule going forward for an elevator bank, you have that in your system now?
Well, the module that I'm talking about is focused on HVAC.
Just for HVAC.
Okay. Just for HVAC, but
the goal is to expand it to elevators and other things like that in the asset class. So that's where we're moving. I'm sorry, Matt.
I think the only maybe clarification is where we're taking this is, a technician or an FTE has a mobile device where they have all of these maintenance records, all of these maintenance requirements within a module on Salesforce, and they're actually completing and documenting their work within that module. That's not live just yet, but we are forecasting that will happen over the summer. So we'll have everything, kind of out in the field and working over the summer timeframe. But that doesn't mean that we haven't been doing preventative maintenance. It's just it hasn't been integrated into our Salesforce platform where you're actually seeing the activities happen. The only thing that we're capturing in Salesforce right now is the time and material costs of what's happening at each one of the schools.
On a different issue, the auditor stated that there's a need for more segregation of certain functions between different people in the agency. So you have to have one person approve the work, another person authorized to order materials, and a third person to handle finances. Do you agree with that recommendation? And if so, do you have the personnel to do that?
Jerome?
I mean, right now, currently, Councilmember White, that is our operating status. The first team obviously manages the intake of all work orders. We review, approve, and send those work orders out to the trade shops. Those trade supervisors then review those work orders and determine which craftspersons they should be assigned to. The craftspersons then have the responsibility to execute against that work and complete those work orders in the system with an after photo. And then it returns back to the trade shop supervisors or the operations managers to close those work orders statistically with labor and cost data. So right now the work is properly segregated across a number of individuals throughout the life cycle of the work order. We don't feel a need to really change that process at this point.
Well, all right.
But that process was not implemented with the data that they researched in 2020, 2021. We implemented this process, I believe, in the latter part of 21, maybe 2022, Jerome, when we created the first team.
That's correct.
Okay. Well, similar issue. The report recommends that DGS separate the function of entering work descriptions from the function of closing out work orders to help make sure the supervisor is doing like a real review and not just, checking a box record keeping. Do you agree with that recommendation?
I do, and I think the QA/QC process on the client side can address that issue there. Because right now, even with that process internally, DCPS has, is it 10 or 14 days, Donnie? Or Jerome?
14
days. DCPS has 14 days to accept or reject that work.
14 calendar days.
So that gives us that balance right there. Even though the supervisor might think something differently, the agency has the opportunity to reject that work order.
And this is an area that we're looking at closely. We discussed earlier, we mentioned work order coordinators. The supervisors that we have, they're the same folks going out into the field, supervising teams operationally. They're looking at work orders, scheduling those work orders with their teams. And when you look at 28,000, work orders citywide, it appears that level of costing out or that level of closing out to the detail that we're looking for, we may have some capacity concerns there, but that's an area that we're looking at so that we can properly capture everything. But currently the system is in place for supervisors to do it, but we need to look at is there a better way, more efficient way of capturing the data that we need?
So we're not going to go way off track on this today, but I do want to on this point sort of acknowledge, again, we've discussed this at hearings before, that there's still a gap on that client agency sign-off process. And I know it's still relatively new, but I don't want it to let it go on too long before we look at, trainings or any other modifications we need to use to that idea. I think I think it's definitely the right direction for DGS in working with its client agencies and in proper communication. But there's still some tweaks that I think DGS needs to work on with client agencies, and I would ask that you work through that, maybe solicit some feedback from the client agency so that we can tighten it up, because I do think that's going to move the agency pretty far. Another recommendation from the auditor was that you track more key performance indicators or KPIs than are currently reported. Can you talk to me about some of the KPIs that you currently monitor with respect to facilities?
So right now we do track the average age of a work order. Obviously, we track how many open work orders in the system. We do have reports that indicate to us how many work orders have been completed but not closed. And in the system, we also the system also tells us the average amount of time it takes to complete a work order, the average amount of times it takes to approve a work order that is from the requested state. And it also gives us the amount of time that a work order has been on hold. And while those metrics are not necessarily a part of the agency's performance plan right now, they are metrics that we do track in Salesforce and we do discuss regularly with the operations team.
Do you segregate these performance indicators by contractors so that you know which like consolidated maintenance contractors are performing better?
Tracking in that manner, Mr. Chairman. Jerome is.
So we don't necessarily track it by like the contractors. We do track it by work team though. And the consolidated maintenance contractors are one work team in our system. But we track it by the various work teams. So that could be our facility maintenance technicians, our contract services support unit, our boiler plant operators unit, field and ground support. We do track it by unit. So it's not isolated to just the CMCs. It is across all work teams within the facilities maintenance division.
Let me make sure I'm getting my terminology right. So the maintenance teams that you have that sort of address cluster areas, that's how you operate now, right? You have a contractor or a team of contractors that operate in a geographic region.
That format is specific to. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
The building managers are set up that way, Mr. Chairman.
Okay.
And the CMCs, those consolidated management contracts, are building specific. They're at one building.
Okay. So all right. So you know how you're doing system wide, but do you have performance indicators that indicate that help you assess whether there are any teams, whether they are DGS teams of contractors, whether some are doing better than others to see if there's sort of imbalance there?
When it comes to the CMCs, those contracts or the performance of those contracts are based on whether they're meeting their contractual obligations. And the COTAR, as well as our procurement team, they review that on an annual basis to ensure that they're meeting their deliverables. And those vendors are then scored on that basis.
What kind of deliverables?
So as part of a consolidated management contract, there are preventive maintenance deliverables to their mechanical systems, plumbing systems, their ability to address emergency issues while on site. Those are some of the indicators or parts of the scope of their contract that would indicate their performance. From a personnel standpoint, we do capture work order information, as my colleague Jerome just alluded to.
And how do you determine a contractor's ability to fix things on site? Like in a measurable way?
During the contracting period, based on their past performance and what their ability is to perform the job that they've won the contract for. So if the CMC is on site, then we're confident that they have the ability to perform whatever the work is in their scope. And as Donnie mentioned, they are rated every year on that performance or lack thereof. I don't necessarily think we have a KPI to speak to that, and that's something that we could look into.
I think one thing that'll help understand is that the CMC contracts are also built as a microcosm of the facilities maintenance division. So a number of their responsibilities don't necessarily show up in the work order system. They're contractually obligated to mow the grass every 2 weeks from March to December. They have to remove snow and pre-treat for snow events. They have to maintain the roof when we do get roof maintenance schedules. They're required to perform preventative maintenance and track that preventative maintenance and provide a monthly report to us of all of those activities. They're the life safety systems, the plumbing systems, they're required to perform all of this maintenance throughout the year. They produce those reports for us monthly for us to look at, and it doesn't necessarily become a work order. I hope that clarifies.
Somewhat, but I need to think through that a bit. On the issue of contractors, the council recently approved option year contract extensions for several DGS's HVAC repair vendors. Some of us on the council were uneasy about that move because, as has come up multiple times in this hearing and others, school HVAC performance doesn't seem up to snuff system-wide, and we don't want to reward subpar performance. When the Councilmember Lewis George's office and I reached out to DGS for information about contractor accountability, we were told that if a problem is reported, the contracting team investigates and decides whether to take action. What proactive quality monitoring do you do with your contractors? So again, that's a very long way of asking, with all the HVAC issues that we hear about, how do we have confidence in the vendors that DGS is using?
So, I want to first, acknowledge all of those CBE companies that we work with on the HVAC side that for many years have responded to repairs and needs as they arose. The issue that began to surface was not so much their ability to repair HVAC systems on a reactionary basis, but our posture our preventative maintenance posture or lack thereof, and that had created this sort of groundswell of issues. And this is something that, with the help of Matt's team, our ability to track every piece of equipment in schools and attach actions against each one of those things to improve the overall quality, the overall thermal comfort in a building, that is being proactive. That's the direction we moved in. So now these new preventive maintenance contractors are being tracked based on their scope of work. And we've seen an overall improvement. So you have repair contractors and now preventive maintenance contractors, and they have been doing a tremendous amount of work. But oftentimes the sense we get out there about the performance of these systems are not based on the performance of one particular contractor, but it's more based on our ability to invest in PM, which is what we're doing now, particularly with HVAC and where we want to expand into other areas.
I may just quickly add that we are taking, we're taking steps to be more proactive, to schedule maintenance and identify issues before they are identified to us, right? We are actively taking all of those steps. And long term, we are looking at other ways around how we could potentially contract preventative maintenance to make our agreements hold more weight. And if you have a vendor that should be performing PM in a school and keeping all of your systems up and running, and we're paying them to do that, what happens when there's an issue? Who's on the hook for that issue? We shouldn't have to pay for preventative maintenance, but then also emergency response if we're paying someone to upkeep a system. And if we develop our contracts in the right way, I think that's a reality, and it's something that other municipalities have done as well. And we're looking into how to do that.
What does that look like, the preventative maintenance at a school that has ongoing HVAC issues?
There's always a looking back and then looking forward, right? And an understanding of why some of these issues are happening. Is it system based? Is it the original contractor who installed the system didn't, perform all of the right spots in checks, if you will. But I think the ultimate way that we should potentially be doing routine maintenance is through a competitive process where we understand every asset that's in a building, and we tell a vendor, here's what we expect you to maintain, and they give us a price to do just that. And if there's an issue at any point and we flag that issue to the vendor, it's on them to address it, right? And we're paying them almost a flat fee on a school by school basis to perform every bit of maintenance that we know we need to do on every piece of asset or every piece of equipment in a building. I think that's ultimately where we need to push ourselves to be. But we're standing up this program, and we're mobilizing tons of contractors to just get preventative maintenance off the ground. But there's definitely a way to do it where it has more accountability. And I think that is the next step for us. Hope that makes sense.
It's standard practice for audited agencies to provide written responses to audit findings, and I generally find those responses to be pretty useful. And as I read audit reports, in this case, the auditor's report went to print without a response from the agency. Why was that?
Mr. Chairman, that was because we missed the deadline, and I'll be accountable for that, and we will not do that again. We were able to get the responses in last Friday, and I think they will be updated in the report, but it's because we missed the deadline, and there's no excuse for that.
Are there any process changes that you're making or considering in response to the auditor's report?
We are considering a lot of the things that we've talked about today in terms of moving things forward. We're looking at how we, the biggest, I think, process change will be in the SLAs. Now that we've learned that, to say 51 days is a bigger story, and we have to unpack that a little more. Because again, like we mentioned earlier, that doesn't take into account that some are turning into projects, some are unfunded and things of that nature. So I think revisiting the SLAs, revisiting the KPIs, and revisiting the way we're training our client agencies internally and externally on Salesforce, and then continuing to get the most out of Salesforce. I think those are some of the process changes that you'll see from this report, and I think they'll yield tremendous results.
Okay. I would be very interested to see KPIs in the future for facilities issues. I think it'll help us better understand obviously what key metrics the agency is tracking, and how those issues are moving. Very, very quickly, on elevators, because this came up and it's something that we're hearing about more and more frequently. Obviously, when elevators aren't working, that can be very disruptive for students and staff that can't either on a permanent basis or temporary basis use the stairs. I understand that manufacturer issues may have contributed to a lot of recent delays. Is there anything we can do to speed up repairs going forward?
Jerome, I know you guys have been all over elevators.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, this has been something that has been frustrating a lot of client agencies. We've doubled down on our efforts on getting technicians out to repair these elevators. And we've also been looking at the history of a lot of the elevators that have been problematic and have been sharing our experience from a maintenance standpoint with our counterparts on the capital construction side. And so our ability to do that under one house is extremely important and effective, because capital construction is now rewriting their specs to ensure that we have the right types of elevators in our buildings that are where parts are more easily attainable, and that our repair teams work with on a regular basis to shorten that repair time. Some of the proprietary elevators that we use have long lead times, sometimes parts very difficult to find. And that is very unique to that building. And so we want to move away from that. And I expect to see some improvement soon.
Right. So, all right. So elevators were part of that problem with sort of elevators coming from different manufacturers, and some of them. It sounds similar to HVAC issues. So you expect that in the future we're going to use a small sort of a narrow set of elevators or elevator contractors. Is that right?
We're narrowing the scope a bit on the types of elevators that get put in buildings, so that we can keep parts essentially on tap, if you will, to be able to repair them quickly.
So we're going to narrow our scope of manufacturers, because you have freight elevators, you have residential elevators, you have commercial elevators. So we have to narrow the scope on which manufacturers to again, it's a part of the standardization of our specs, so that we can keep parts on hand to what Donnie was alluding to.
Finally, but very important, we've been hearing similar testimony from Whittier for several years now. Now we're starting to see the same thing from Langley. I can't remember where Langley is on the modernization schedule, but Whittier is about 3 years, I think, from beginning their modernization. What will DGS do with respect to Whittier and Langley to make sure next year we are not hearing the same types of concerns with respect to the same issues over and over again, and with respect to work orders being closed out but not fixed?
I think the main thing that we need to work on is our communication by and between DGS, DCPS headquarters and the school, and close that gap so that we're all on the same page in terms of where we are with whatever project, work order, or modernization is going on for that facility. With that improved communication, we'll have improved coordination and continue to address work orders and issues within that school. Now, I'm not saying that we'll be the school will be 100% free of work orders, but if we improve our communication and coordination with that community, I think we'll see better outcomes. And a lot of the conversation that I've heard today was about communication.
Yeah, what I think we have to work to something more concrete and less aspirational, because what's happening now is clearly not working for Whittier and Langley. They're probably not the only two, but they have consistently come before this committee and the council, and the issues seem to be repeating themselves. That's not the position any of us want to be in. So can we make a commitment, Director, for you to assess the open work orders at Whittier and Langley, and for the ones that are going to get fixed, give the school a timeline. For the ones that are not going to be fixed, request that DCPS and or DGS, let the schools know what the status is, so that we can settle expectation.
Happy to do that, Mr. Chairman.
I appreciate it. So I'll follow up with you on that. Those are all the questions I have. Director, is there anything that we missed that you want to mention for the record?
Nothing else from DGS, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Well, again, I do want to thank DGS and all your employees. I want to thank our public witnesses, the auditor, and our state board members for testifying. Thank the audit team for their work on this audit. The point is to continue to improve operations and close gaps. So even as DGS is making progress, we always have to keep pushing to close gaps, and there's still some left. And for anyone who was not able to testify, if you would like to submit written testimony, it will be made part of the record. So please email that to the Committee on Government Operations and Facilities at facilities@dccouncil.gov. The record for this roundtable will close at the close of business this Friday, December 16th. So please submit testimony before then. If anyone listening following this hearing is interested in learning more about facilities issues or other work in my office or this committee, or what we're planning for next year, please sign up for our newsletter at robertwhiteatlarge.com. With that, the business of this roundtable is concluded. The time is now 5:37 p.m. and this public oversight roundtable is adjourned. Thank you all again.
Thank you.